I'll now take the precedent for the Planning Committee by roll call. The following members are present: Councillors Alec Allison, John Anderson, John Bradley, Arch Buchanan, Jackie Burns, Margaret Cowie. Is Councillor Peter Craig present?
Present.
Yep. Following councillors are present: Maureen Devlin, Mary Donnelly, Isabel Dorman. We have apologies from Councillor Fiona Dryborough. Councillor Lindsay Hamilton, are you present?
Kathleen McCliments is substituting for her, so apologies.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Harrow. Councillor Mark Horsham is present. Councillor Anne LeBlond. Councillor Martin Lennon.
Apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Joe Lowe. Councillors Ian McCallan and Dave McLaughlin are both present. Councillor Lynn Nayland. Councillor Carol Nugent.
Here.
Yep. Councillor John Ross. Councillor Graham Scott is present. I have apologies from Councillor David Shearer. Councillor Bert Thompson.
Apologies.
Yep. And Councillor Jim Mortot is also present. I've taken note of the officers that are present also. I will now pass you back to the Chair for today's business. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Do you have any declarations of interest? Councillor Devlin, your hand's up?
Yeah, I don't have a declaration of interest, but I just feel I have to comment on the fact that I think asking councillors to sit 4.5 hours on a Teams meeting is a bit, it's wrong. It's wrong for anybody's welfare. And I think it also reflects in the number of people that have had to send their apologies at having to spend this length of time on when there's so much going on. So I just want that on record, please.
We will have a break. We'll have breaks as required.
No offence, Isabel, it's still not the point. The point is they could be on here for at least 4.5 hours, if not longer, and that should not happen. Thank you.
Yes, we've got a lot of work to get through, so we'll do as best we can. The first item today is application P210739, and that's on pages 5 to 18. And I'll ask Bernard to take us through the item. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. Planning permission in principle is sought for the erection of a residential development on vacant land located adjacent to Main Street, Blantyre. Since the site was last occupied by residential properties, it has naturally begun to regenerate. The application site is located within a residential area and is bounded by residential properties on 3 sides, whilst Main Street runs along the northern boundary. Although the application is for planning permission in principle, it has been indicated that the site might have capacity for up to 10 residential properties, which would comprise a mixture of semi-detached and terraced units. Access to the site would be from Main Street. In terms of the local plan, the site is identified as part of the general urban area where residential development can be supported. The consultation responses are summarised in section 4 and no objections to the proposal have been raised. There have been 11 objections and 1 letter of support submitted, which are summarised and responded to in section 5 of the report. The main issues raised relate to land ownership, privacy, overshadowing, traffic, access, parking, construction disruption and the natural environment. The letter in support welcomes the development as the site has been subject to fly tipping and there has been a rat infestation. In general land use terms and policy terms, the principle of a residential development at this location is acceptable. The development would utilise a vacant area of ground and contribute to the regeneration of the surrounding residential area. Matters relating to design, density, layout, parking, drainage and access would all require to be approved as part of any detailed application for the site. Access is proposed to be taken from Main Street and the existing footpath along the frontage of the site would require to be widened. A legal agreement requiring contributions to be paid will also be required should the application be approved. A residential development at this location is considered to be an appropriate form of development. Overall, it's considered that the application complies with the relevant local plan policies, and it's therefore recommended that the application is granted, subject to conditions and the completion of an appropriate legal agreement. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Bernard. Councillor Scott, you've got a question for Bernard?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Obviously, unfortunately, Councillor Thompson, the local member, cannot be here today, but obviously he's asked me to ask a couple of questions on his behalf in relation to the obviously High Blantyre Main Street, the traffic access. It's quite a busy street, High Blantyre Main Street, and he's worried about the numbers of the numbers of units and cars going into the units in relation to that, and also the trees getting felled for it. Is there any mitigation that we can do in relation to these concerns of Councillor Thompson?
Through you, Chair. In terms of the access, it is proposed to come off of Main Street. The numbers of units isn't yet set in stone, so that would be the subject of any detailed application. To date, roads are satisfied with the proposals to access the site from Main Street. But obviously, in terms of the exact detail and configuration of that, we would need to look at the layout, density, and just the exact location of the access onto Main Street. So that would be covered by any detailed application for the site. In terms of trees and the sort of natural environment, as always, we'll try and keep as many of them as possible. And again, we've got conditions that would address the landscaping of the site.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bernard. Any other questions for Bernard? I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 3, that's application P211616, and that is on pages 19 to 40, and the last here is to take us through the item. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. Just to mention at the outset, we've had 2 late representations since the papers were prepared, but the issues raised have been broadly covered already in the report and raised no new issues of principle. The application site relates to the land to the north-west of Eaglesham Road, Jackton in East Kilbride, which forms part of East Kilbride Community Growth Area. The application seeks to discharge the various conditions which were originally attached to the planning permission in principle, EK 110202, for that development, for that part of the development north of the Eaglesham Road. The proposed residential development comprises 2 distinct sections, which are separated by the Gill Burn, which traverses the site from north to south. And the proposals include 282 dwelling houses, which are predominantly detached and semi-detached. A small number of terrace houses are also proposed, and 12 cottage flats. Development includes the provision of 40 on-site affordable housing units as well, with the remaining affordable housing provision being provided through the payment of a financial contribution. The proposals include the provision of 2 vehicular accesses to the site from Eaglesham Road, serving the northern and southern sections of the proposed development, which is also connected to each other via the internal road within the site, which crosses the Gill Burn. In terms of local plan status, the site, as I say, is already identified by the LDP as being within the community growth area. Therefore, the principle of residential development has been established. In terms of consultations, there are no objections as set out in section 4 of the report, subject to the conditions attached. We have received 4 letters of representation, which comprise of 2 objection letters and 2 comments letters, and the issues are set out in section 5 of the report. The issues raised include biodiversity and concerns about climate change and amenity, but all of the points are answered in our report under section 5. Turning to our assessment and conclusions, the site benefits from planning permission in principle, and as such the principle of development has already been established. Taking that into account, the principle of residential development is supported by the development plan policies, and it's considered that the detailed proposals brought forward are represent a high quality residential development that will assist in satisfying the ongoing demand for residential units in East Kilbride and include appropriate provision of affordable housing. The Residential Development Guide also sets out the parameters, and it meets the Residential Development Guide. It's therefore recommended that the submitted detailed layout can be approved and the relevant conditions of the PPP discharged, subject to the conditions listed.
Thank you, Tina. Councillor Burns?
Yeah, thanks very much. Tina, just on the issue of the affordable housing, clearly the Scottish Government's given recommendations to developers and to councils about the percentage of social housing within development. Given that Barratt Homes are such a major player, not just in the community growth areas, but across the country, if I get my numbers right, you said there was going to be 40 social houses out of a total of 234 private houses, or private 234 in total. It seems to me, I know you mentioned there are also going to be a financial contribution. Could we not negotiate that the percentage of social housing is actually higher?
Through you, Chair. The original legal agreement set the parameters for the amount of affordable housing, and that equated to the 25%, which is the policy of at the moment in terms of the council. And it's up to our housing colleagues to choose once it comes site by site, come forward, how many units that they want on the site and how much they want in terms of financial contribution. So my understanding is that it will equate to the 25% across the overall site. The other thing about the CGA was we took the choice that across the whole CGA, which includes this area and the main part, that we identified a number of pockets of affordable housing. So housing were involved for long negotiations in choosing these areas. So across the whole site, we do get the provision.
Okay, thanks, Tina. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands, so I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report.
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 4, it's application P21-2071. And that is on pages 41 to 54. And I'll ask Tina to take us through that item again. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. This is another application by Barratt Homes and for the CGA at Jackton Road, East Kilbride. It's a proposal for 155 units allocated within the community growth area, and the site lies on the northern edge of the main part of the CGA. Similar to the other one, the site benefits from having approval in terms of planning permission in principle under the master plan site, which was approved for this part of the CGA, which was EK 090218, and therefore that establishes the principle of development. The site comprises two main sections and is partially separated by an established woodland area, which will be accessed off junctions from the new Spine Road, which is currently under construction for the master plan area. The proposed residential development would have the two main areas, north and southern sections, and the larger northern area would be accessed via an access point from the new road. There would also be a similar smaller area adjacent to which would have its own access. In terms of the background, I've mentioned that it already benefits from the consent for the master plan. In terms of consultees, there are no objections subject to conditions as set out in section 4 of the report. In terms of representation, we've only received one letter of representation, and the response is set out in section 5 of the report. Therefore, turning to our assessment and conclusions, Barratt Homes seek consent for the erection of 155 units. It's a further pod within the CGA. The associated works include a mixture of 15 house types from the developer, including 2, 3 and 4 bedroom detached, semi-detached and terraced and cottage flats. So it's a real mix of house types. In conclusion, the principle of residential development has been established. It's another area within the CGA which meets the terms of broadly of the master plan. It's therefore recommended that consent be granted for the relevant conditions outlined can be discharged subject to the additional conditions listed.
Thank you, Tina. Any questions for Tina? I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair, but I think a hand's just went up.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Donnelly?
Yes, I just want to get clarification. Tina, did you say there was no objections, but on the report it's showing 22 letters of objection? I just want a bit of clarification on that.
Sorry, I'm confused. There was one letter of comment. Which was,
what one are we doing then? I may be on the wrong report.
On page 45. Page 45, I mentioned there was one letter of comment at section 5 of the report.
Right, I'm on a different report. Sorry about that, Tina.
That's okay.
Okay, can I agree with the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Item 5, that's application P210638, and that is on pages 55 to 66. And I'll ask Bernard to take us through the item. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to a proposal to incorporate an area of open space into garden ground at Hunthill Road, Blantyre. The committee will recall that this application was presented to them previously at the November Planning Committee last year. Following consideration of the application, the committee decided to defer the application due to concerns that an unauthorised business was operating from the applicant's property, which did not have planning permission. The committee didn't consider it appropriate to determine the application whilst unauthorised activity was being undertaken at the application site. Following the committee decision, a planning contravention notice was issued in December, which required the unauthorised activity to cease by the end of January, or further action would be taken. Following the service of the planning contravention notice, the company's website was updated to advise that they were now operating from an industrial estate. In addition, an enforcement officer also went out and visited the site, and they were satisfied that the business use was no longer operating from the property. The unauthorised activities at the application site have now ceased, and it is recommended that the application for a change of use of open space to form garden ground is approved, subject to condition. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Bernard. Any questions for Bernard? Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Chair. Again, a point from Councillor Thompson, who unfortunately cannot be with us today as a local member. And just to point out, the general thing is that this is a great advert for what this committee can do when obviously this has come back a couple of times and we now have the applicant with his business and an industrial estate. But what Councillor Thompson wanted to get me to point out is about that site at Hunthill Road is there's still an advertising sign up there on the site. So is there any chance that the applicant could be approached to take the sign down? Thank you, Chair.
Through you, Chair. Yes, absolutely. That's something that we can look into and discuss with the applicant, and if needs be, take appropriate action.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Alston?
Chair, Bernard, if I've read the papers correctly, this piece of land is owned by South Lanarkshire Council. Has there been any discussions with the council as to the possible sale of this land? And if there has, have they been given any indication as to what the thought would be? And if not, I take it this will need to then go through enterprise, or where does it go through? Just so I suppose it'll be estates, just a simple land disposal.
Through you, Chair. I'm aware that our colleagues in the States have been in discussion about this particular sale of ground. Normally, they would await for the outcome of the planning process before sort of concluding any sales. So that would be something that estates would deal with. But ultimately, it would be subject to planning being approved for the sale.
So just to confirm, estates have suggested that it would be available for sale if we transferred the use.
In theory, yes. That it wouldn't be planning, wouldn't be the sole consideration, but normally they do want to know that from a planning perspective, the proposals would be agreeable.
Okay, I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Item 6 is application P21 1014, and that is on pages 67 to 100 in the last 20 to take us through the item. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So this is an application that's been made to the Scottish Government under Section 36 of the Electricity Act. And it's for the erection of a wind farm on a site approximately 8 kilometres east.
In 2017, I've received scores of complaints.
Which is directly adjacent to Dar Reservoir within the Southern Uplands. A separate map showing the location of the site in relation to the other operational and considered wind farms in South Lancashire. It's been circulated to members before today's meeting. The proposals comprise 17 180-metre high wind turbines. 12 of those would be within South Lancashire and 5 within Dumfries and Galloway. And other elements include an access track which runs south to the A701 to the south of BTEC, battery storage infrastructure, and also substation control building and 2 anemometer masts. So unlike an application for planning permission, a Section 36 application is one where the government are the consenting authority and the council are a consultee as part of the process. Consultation has been carried out with internal services and the responses are set out in Section 4 of the report, and members will see that no objections have been received. Crawford and Elland Foot Community Council were consulted. They have objected to the application, or the proposal, sorry, stating that the area is already at capacity for wind farms, and that's led to a negative impact on visitors to the area and a downturn in the local economy. They suggest consideration should be given to reducing the number of turbines within our area from 12 to 6. And they were also concerned about the online consultation process that was carried out. So in response to that, the council, in this case, it's only consultee, as I said, and therefore we had no remit regarding the public consultation that was carried out. The concerns regarding the capacity of the area for proposals of this nature, that dealt with in detail in Section 6 of the report. But essentially, we feel that there wouldn't have any greater significant impact than on any tourist assets than at present, given the relatively more location of the proposals, and also the fact that people walking the Southern Upland Way would only see the wind turbines for a very limited amount of time. I would also add that since the report was finalised, Scottish Water, who own Dar Reservoir, have submitted a letter in support of the proposals in terms of how they align with their aspirations to achieve net zero emissions by 2040. So a detailed assessment of the proposals set out in Section 6 of the report. I think it's fair to say landscape designations, character and capacity are a key consideration in considering the impact of the proposals. The application site is located within the Southern Uplands landscape character area, and that's characterised by its large-scale rolling hills surrounding the Dar Reservoir and bordering Dumfries and Galloway. It lies between 2 very large wind farms that are operational, Clyde to the north and Hairstains in Dumfries and Galloway to the south. However, the hills are largely unforested, they're relatively remote, and undeveloped and lie between the Lowther Hills. Sorry, lying within Lowther Hills. So the council's own landscape capacity for wind turbines, which was approved in 2016, notes that there is capacity for wind farm development within this landscape character area, but it's limited, should be limited to maintain differences from the character of Clyde Wind Farm to the north, but also to maintain a gap between it and Hairstains to the south. So developments lying between these two schemes could reduce their separation and increase the potential for visual coalescence. We've also got supplementary guidance on tall turbines, which was approved in 2019, and that provides guidance for siting turbines of this scale in the southern uplands area. So the large-scale nature of the landscape and the potential for rolling landforms to screen turbines do offer advantages to the siting of large turbines, but it does require careful siting, and so it doesn't emerge with existing wind farms. So in this case, though, we believe that the wind farm from major viewpoints within the area is very limited, and as such, the perception of merging with Clyde and Hairstains wind farms is very low. In terms of the landscape and capacity, the rolling nature of the landscape provides a background and a backcloth to frame the turbines. The tight-knit layout of the scheme, which runs from north to south directly to the east of the reservoir, minimises the spread within the landscape, and it limits any potential coalescence with Clyde and Hairstains. And this results in a much more localised development that sits within its own confines rather than being spread out across the landscape. In terms of visual impact, as I said, this Southern Upland Way is a popular walking route, and it results in more people within that area than would normally be expected. But it's noted that users of that section of the path are already sensitised to wind farm development panoramically, given it runs through an area which has large-scale wind farms. Two of the turbines will be sited with 180 metres of the Southern Upland Way. However, these views are limited and temporary because as soon as the walkway trails through the existing forest, the turbines disappear from view, so the views are very limited. In terms of residential visual amenity, assessment is being carried out by the applicants that identified 5 properties within 2 kilometres of a proposed turbine. So the assessment concludes there won't be any significant impact upon the amenity of these properties, and it's therefore considered the distance between the properties and the communities in the area is acceptable. And any visual impact wouldn't be of significance that would be detrimental to the residential amenity of the area. We've assessed the proposal against noise and shadow flicker. Detailed reports have been submitted by the applicants, and environmental services are happy with both the scope of the report and also the mitigation that is proposed. So in conclusion, it's considered that on balance, the proposals accord with national strategic and local planning policy on renewable energy development. It's therefore recommended that the Council, in its consultation response, does not object to the application. That's subject to the conditions listed in the paper part, and also the conclusion of a legal agreement to address the matters described on the front page of the report. I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions for Tony? I'll move the report.
Second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Item 7 is application P211335, and that's on pages 101 to 114. And Tina will take us through the item. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. This is a planning application for the erection of 3 houses by Abbey Construction at land at Barton Court and Thornton Hall. Just to say at the outset, again, we've received a late letter of representation, but the points raised are covered in the report already. The site itself is a residual area of a larger, recently developed site to the north, east and west, and the application site has previous approval when it formed part of the earlier Cala development. The proposal relates to the erection of 3 houses, as I say, with associated detached garages and engineering works. In terms of planning background, the previous consents are set out in the section 3 of the report. In terms of consultees, there are no objections from consultees subject to the conditions attached. We have received 7 letters of representation at the time of writing the report, plus 1 that I mentioned, and the points are set out in section 5 of the report. The main issues raised relate to the principle of development itself. Trees are mentioned and amenity issues. In response, the developer would be required, if approved, to have construction and exclusion zones to protect the mature trees. And we also have the introduction of landscaping, which would be required by condition. The proposal has been carefully assessed in terms of its impact on residential amenity, and the new dwellings would sit at a lower level than the existing dwellings on Osborne Crescent. The site area is large in comparison for 3 houses, so they're well set out, a modern design, and they appear a modern design, and they appear separate from the established Osborne Crescent houses, and as I say, sit at a lower level. They've been carefully designed to address the sloping land, and a suitable urban drainage scheme will be required to ensure that the surface water issues are addressed. The rest of the points are set out in response in section 5 of the report. Turning to our assessment and conclusion, the land located is directly adjacent to a recently completed residential development. It is a residual area and is bounded to the east by older, more traditional properties within Osborne Crescent. The villas are quality design and finish and are located within generous garden ground and have the benefit of mature woodland to the south, which creates an established setting. Therefore, recommending approval subject to conditions.
Thank you, Tina. Any questions for Tina? I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 8, that's application P210704, and that's on pages 115 to 134, and Tina will take us through that one as well. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. This is a planning application for the erection of a small retail development comprising 3 Class 1 units and 1 Class 2 unit out at land to the north of Eaglesham Road in Jackton. Just to say at the outset, we did receive a letter from the agent once they had considered the finalised report, the published report, but we're satisfied that our report it is accurate and covers all of the relevant issues. The application site relates to an area of undeveloped land located to the northwest of Eaglesham Road, Jackton. The site was included within the master plan site for the development of the northern section of the East Kilbride Community Growth Area, which was not originally proposed to be developed as part of the wider development of the area. Planning permission is now sought to put the 3 Class 1 units and 1 Class 2 unit, as I mentioned, and the formation of the associated access road, car parking and an external seating area, children's play area and associated works all within that area. A new access to serve the proposed development would be taken from Eaglesham Road. The proposed development is intended to serve as a small neighbourhood facility, serving the convenience needs of the immediate catchment of the community growth area. This would enable walk-in and cycle-based accessibility as well, and reduce car-borne trips, which would otherwise go to St James Retail Centre, which is the nearest local centre, or beyond. The proposed layout has been designed, it has access connections to seek maximum accessibility of both foot and cycleway from the wider and the immediate catchment area. Relevant policies are set out in section 3 of the report, and the consultations are set out in section 4 of the report. Most of the consultees have no objections, subject to conditions which we could attach. However, I was wanting to highlight to members the flooding issue, which has been considered in a lot of detail. Firstly, Roads and Transportation Services flood risk management team have been involved throughout the process, and their comments are highlighted in detail at paragraph 4.2 of the report. They have concluded, their conclusions are set out there, but they originally raised a number of concerns relating to flood risk associated with the proposed development. Further to the identification of these concerns, there have been lengthy discussions between planning, roads and flooding services and the applicants in respect of the site, and revised details were subsequently submitted by the applicants in terms of the issues that had been of concern which had been raised. The Flood Management Service has confirmed that, subject to conditions that could be attached to the consent, they are now satisfied that the development would not pose any flood risk, and as such they have confirmed their satisfaction for the development to proceed subject to conditions. However, at paragraph 4.7, members will see that SEPA are maintaining their objection. They also had concerns at the outset and have also been involved throughout with discussions and looking at updated documents and submissions from the applicant. The revised details were submitted and considered by SEPA, and they considered that further analysis of the flood risk associated with the site and the additional proposed works to mitigate the flood risk. As the Council's flood risk management team have accepted the proposals that it no longer poses a flood risk, this is at odds with SEPA, who are taking a strict interpretation of their own policies and have maintained their objections to the proposals. In our response, we say that SEPA's position in respect of the application is noted, and we have had discussions with them about their strict policy. However, they've also noted that our flood team have accepted the proposal subject to conditions. It must be taken into account that our own team have confirmed that, in their view, the permanent works that are proposed in this instance, inclusive of the provision of the access road to the site, would not have any adverse impact on flood risk. So, taking that into consideration, we're recommending approval based on that advice. However, if the committee do approve the application, it would still require to be referred to the Scottish Ministers for a decision, given that the SEPA are maintaining their objection on their policy grounds as a statutory consultee. All of the points, sorry, I'm just turning to section 5. 4 letters of representation were received, 2 objection, 1 comments and 1 support. And all of the points are set out in section 5 of the report. The main issues raised relate to Green Network, the original master plan designation and retail impact. And in response, we've set out our response to these issues in section 5. It should be noted in that respect that the proposed development does form part of the wider area within the CGA, which has been allocated as Green Network designation. However, it should be noted that within the CGA, these allocations are indicative only and subject to detailed consent. In particular, it's noted that the area of the CGA to the area north of Eaglesham Road is now linked to the development of a 16-hectare woodland walk development, an extensive park area which was brought forward by the developers, and once developed will provide extensive green space in the area. So the loss of this area, it has limited green space value in terms of its predominantly shrub and open space. But as I say, with the development of the park as part of the CGA, we're satisfied that this area can go to development. It's noted that the proposed development would replace a previously consented retail development. That's something the developers have asked us to take into consideration. This was an area located near to the St James's Centre, which is no longer going to be developed. And in fact, the land, I understand, has been sold to a third party. So that area would not be developed. Additionally, we've looked at the changing patterns of public use of retail facilities, requiring that to be taken into consideration. due to a significant and more likely permanent increase in working from home. This would allow people in the local area to access local shops, and there's likely to be an increased demand for local retail adjacent to residential areas. It's considered that it's a relatively small retail development which would coexist with other other retail facilities proposed in the wider local area. Turning to our assessment and conclusion, planning permission is sought for the erection of this limited retail development, 3 units for Class 1 and 1 for Class 2. I've mentioned already that there's also a children's play area, associated works, external seating area would be proposed, and each of the 4 proposed units would have a gross floor area of approximately just under 250 square metres. The proposed development is intended to serve the small neighbourhood facility, intended to serve as a small neighbourhood facility, serving convenience needs of the immediate community, part of that community growth area. Finally, in regard to flood risk, returning to that, the detailed discussions have been undertaken. As I've said, our own flooding team are happy with the proposals now after extensive discussions, but given that SEPA are maintaining their objection, if consent is granted, then it would require a referral to Scottish Ministers. Therefore, recommended that planning consent is granted and that referral is made. I should say that in paragraph 6.14, we set out what it was advertised as development contrary to the development plan, just because it is designated green space at the moment. But the reasons that we think it's acceptable are set out in paragraph 6.14. So therefore, Chair, recommending approval subject to that referral if members choose to approve.
Thank you, Tina. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, can I thank Pauline, Tina, and especially the flooding team for their excellent work in getting this application to us today, despite all the obstacles that have been flung in our way, especially by SEPA. And I'll come on to SEPA in a minute or two, but if they ask a question first before I come back on my comments on SEPA's role in all this. Is I'm led to believe, in Pauline and Tina, that there's a £700,000 capital receipt dependent on this. And because of the SEPA objection still on the books, despite our flooding team saying it's okay, we can't put that money cannot be given to us to be put in the council's account yet because of SEPA's still objection. I know SEPA have had problems in terms of their data breach and all that, but SEPA's involvement and obstruction here is actually stopping us cashing a £700,000 capital receipt at a time when local government finances are, I'll put it bluntly, dire in terms of the amount that we're getting from the Scottish Government. So just to confirm that there's a capital receipt dependent upon the SEPA eventually either dropping their objection or the Scottish Government overturning the objections of SEPA. If Pauline can clarify that before I come back, that'd be great, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll ask Pauline to come into that point.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Through you. Yes, I believe the council is set to dispose of a piece of land to the developer to assist with this development. Of course, that's entirely separate from the council as planning authority, and the award of a capital receipt isn't something, members, that you can take into account as part of your determination today. You have to look at the planning related issues, of which flooding and flood mitigation is part of it. I understand Councillor Scott's frustration with SEPA, but SEPA are the statutory flood agency, and in that account we are obliged to take their comments and their views into account. Having said that, the fact that our own roads flooding people are now happy with the proposal from the developer as flood mitigation has meant that we are able to come to you today with a positive recommendation, albeit because SEPA are the statutory agency, the final decision has to be referred to Scottish Government, who can call it in. And members, just to give you the comfort, this is an unusual course of action. It's unusual, but it's not unprecedented. And as I say, there's been a lot of meetings with our roads flooding. They are happy with the solution by the developer. SEPA are caught out, I think, as Tina intimated in her presentation, via their own policies. But, you know, if you do approve this today, it still goes to Scottish Government, who are the final arbiter. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. As I say, I'll thank you, Pauline, for that comment here, and obviously I'll slightly curtail my views on SEPA. As I say, SEPA have obviously I've been involved through the local member, Councillor McAdams, who deserves a huge amount of credit for bringing this to the attention, and the fact that, yes, whether we like it or not, the council will benefit from a capital receipt in relation to, but that money can only go into the accounts once the deal planning consent has been fully accepted. In terms of SEPA, I know they're an organisation with problems at the moment, but the idea that, and I looked at their founding statement about supporting local government, here SEPA, for whatever reason, given the internal problems of the organisation, are not supporting local government, and does, because our roads engineers and flooding engineers are perfectly happy with the remedial works now that will help save any flooding in that area. But they are now obstructing by keeping this objection going when everyone else is happy. They are just an obstruction to local government now. And I know I'm going to say something, and I know this is getting recorded. It might be sort of semi-complimentary against the Scottish Government. So obviously, hopefully my side won't be too hard against me. But the Scottish Government took the right action in getting rid of the Scottish Qualifications Agency, despite 3 years of objections from opposition parties, that they realised that a body like the Scottish Qualifications Agency was not fit for purpose anymore, and they're starting from a blank canvas with a new organisation. I think they're going to have to look at SEPA in the same breath. I think SEPA has its purpose at the moment, it's outlived its usefulness, and I don't believe it's fit for purpose. And I hope the Scottish Government, and taking on board all the opposition parties at Holyrood with their suggestions, that we need to start from square one with a Scottish Environmental Protection Agency, or whatever they want to call it, that will actually protect the environment.
Yeah, that's local government.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands, so I'll move the report.
I'll second that.
Thank you. I agree with the report.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Item 9, it's application P21-1517, and that's on page 135 to 168, and I'll ask Bernard to take us through the item. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. Planning permission is sought for the erection of a residential development containing 151 dwelling houses and land within the Fernigia community growth area. The application site extends to approximately 6 hectares and is located adjacent to the M74. Access to the site is via Valleyfield Crescent. The application site consists of open grassland with structure planting adjacent to the motorway. In terms of the details of the proposal, the submitted layout includes a variety of house types, including 3 and 4 bedroom terraced, semi-detached and detached properties. The proposed dwellings would incorporate a variety of parking arrangements, including driveway parking and parking courts, to ensure each property has appropriate parking provision based on the number of bedrooms. The development would include a loop road, and the layout provides pockets of amenity open space, landscaping and a play area. The site would also incorporate sustainable urban drainage into its design, which would form part of the open space. The site is categorised as a major development, and the appropriate pre-application consultation process was undertaken prior to the planning application being submitted. In terms of the local plan, the majority of the site is located within the Fernigia community growth area, and the principle of a housing development at this location is considered to be an appropriate form of development. No objections have been raised from consultees, subject to the use of appropriate conditions, and these comments are summarised in section 4 of the report. If the recommendation is agreed, a section 75 planning obligation will be required to address contributions relating to education, communities, affordable housing and roads. 35 letters of representation were received in relation to the application, with the main issues raised relating to traffic, access, construction, drainage, the natural environment, privacy, overshadowing and education. A request for a hearing was also made, and following discussions between the chair of the Planning Committee and the Head of Service, it was declined. In addition, correspondence from an objector was shared with a large number of elected members, and I would confirm that the Council is mindful of its responsibilities and has taken advice from the social care colleagues regarding what advice and support can be afforded to residents. Where required, practical support can be offered to residents through the South Lanarkshire Autism Resource Coordination Hub. If necessary, they can give occupational health advice about what further reasonable adjustments can be made to mitigate any impact on affected residents from the building of a new development. If permission is granted, planning will continue discussions with the developer and ask that they contact residents prior to construction commencing in order to make them aware of the development timetable and vehicle movements, etc. It's hoped that this would allow an ongoing dialogue between residents and the site manager in order to minimise disruption during construction on site. In general land use terms and policy terms, the principle of a residential development at this location is acceptable. The proposed development would allow the construction of further housing within the Fernagare community growth area. The design, layout and scale of the development are considered to be acceptable, along with the impact on the surrounding area. Access to the development is considered to be appropriate, whilst conditions are proposed to deal with the construction phase of the development. The proposal promotes development in a sustainable location, which would be accessible by public transport, with bus and train routes located on the nearby Carlisle Road and Shatley Road train station. In terms of permeability, the development would be well integrated into existing walking and cycling networks and would encourage active travel. A residential development at this location is appropriate, and the proposal is considered to be acceptable, subject to conditions and the conclusion of an appropriate legal agreement. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Bernard. Councillor Burns?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Bernard. Notwithstanding Mr McAllister's legitimate comments regarding his son's situation, my issue is related to the planning issues in particular, Bernard, in terms of the volume of traffic. 3 issues. The volume of traffic accessing Valleyfield Crescent. I understand, and a family who live in Fernagare, that people might well have been aware that this was in the growth area over a period of time. Maybe 12 years has been mentioned in Pauline's letter. So people buying houses there may well not have been aware, but maybe should have been aware that there was potentially going to be future development and maybe accessing Valleyfield Crescent. So there's an obvious point about the volume of traffic. The second issue is about the flood risk management. There is an issue about flooding, about drainage, about the nervousness amongst local people, about the history of being a very former mining community, and there's pits all over. Peter and I were at a meeting and advised that there was 82 pits at one time between Larkhall and Fernagare. So in a very popular former mining area, there may well be history of drainage issues, flooding issues, and the issue of that plane next to the motorway. And the third issue is obviously about the Scottish Water and about the capacity. And I know on paragraph 4.4 and page 140 of the papers, the flood risk management section had no response to date, which seems a wee bit surprising, Bernard, in such an important, sizable application. If you can give me some response to those points, please.
Through you, Chair. In terms of the development in the Fernagare CGA there, the way it's been designed has always been that the principal access to the current development site would be through Valleyfield Crescent. I fully appreciate the concerns of residents there, and when people go and they speak to selling agents, etc., they don't always get all the information or look ahead to future phases of development. But it has been designed that would ultimately be the main route into this site. We have undertaken consultation with colleagues in roads who've raised no objection to the proposals. So from vehicular movement point of view, we're satisfied that this is acceptable, and obviously with appropriate conditions, both during the construction phase and once the site is occupied, that it will mitigate as much as possible any disturbance caused. In terms of, I note your points just about flood risk and drainage and the no response from internal consultees. We have added the standard conditions which our colleagues would normally ask for to ensure that those points are adequately addressed. We've also got conditions to do with Scottish Water and being able to address any points that they raise, and it will be the responsibility of the developer to ensure that everything is addressed. Part of the drainage proposals on this site do include quite a substantial area set aside as open space, which will incorporate a sustainable urban drainage system. So there is a bit of land there that it's been specifically designed to cater for those drainage issues, but also it could be adapted in the future if it was ever required. So in terms of the points raised, I feel that between the conditions and the layout that the developer has been directed towards, it adequately addresses those points. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Bernard. Councillor McLachlan.
Thanks, Chair. Bernard, I would like to draw your attention to page 140, 4.5. It's the Scottish Water situation. As a local member, I've had a lot of concerns raised with me about the current capacity of the sewage, and it has been upgraded. Scottish Water did upgrade the current treatment plant within the village. There's issues about capacity. A single chamber, as it's described, where it takes like rainwater and sewage water, and it's struggled with capacity. And as a result of the lack of capacity, there's been a lot of smells and leakages, and Scottish Water and SEPA had discovered a while back that there was contaminated area next to one of the play parks. Apparently that's now been addressed. But there have been ongoing concerns even after the upgrade, and I've had clarification from Scottish Water directly that the system that has been upgraded in the village, it's been upgraded, but it cannot be. There can be no extension to that for at least another 7 years. Now, the response here in regard to the application is, the boundary site until the existing facility is upgraded. Now, I don't know if Scottish Water do have plans to upgrade that, or if they're obliged to upgrade it, given the fact that this new development. But they're very clear in the response that it was upgraded, and there'll be no additional adjustment to that for at least 7 years, albeit that was a year ago when I got that correspondence. Now, what I'm concerned about is the capacity and the treatment work that they're going to put in there, albeit it would appear on a kind of temporary basis. I would like to get some assurances that there's not going to be any smells and issues about leakages and so on, because if you're going to put in a separate treatment work within a development, it's close to the development, and treatment works by their nature sometimes cause some smells. Now, I'm just looking for some assurances that we're not going to get another huge amount of people coming making complaints again about this, because the village current treatment plan was fine until the new development started. And it worries me that they keep building houses and trying to funnel everything into the same old treatment work that's there that just can't cope. It's currently just about coping just now, but there are still complaints about smells in the village even after the upgrade. So I'm just looking for some assurances, Bernard, that whether it's, I don't know if it's a planning issue, but surely to goodness, something robust needs to be in place before the development takes place, whether that's building control or whoever. So can you give me some feedback on the concerns I've just raised there, Bernard?
Yes, through you, Chair. The points you make, I would say, are relative to planning, but also there are, at times previously things to do with odour where colleagues saying environmental services have looked into that. With regard to the specific point just about Scottish Water and the treatment, we have a condition proposed, number 6, which advises that no dwelling house is to be occupied until the site is served by a sewerage scheme constructed in accordance with Scottish water standards and approved by the council in consultation with Scottish Water as the sewerage authority. So between the conditions that are proposed, we would be looking to manage that. If there are any issues in terms of odour from existing facilities, etc., normally that would be dealt with by colleagues in environmental services. But if it was something that was causing a breach of a planning condition or information hadn't been provided, but ultimately we would be looking to get the information in, speaking with both internal and external stakeholders, just to ensure that what is proposed is acceptable. And in theory, you would want to avoid the issues that you're stating that residents in Fernigear have experienced to date. And if that is an ongoing issue, then this may alleviate some of that if it's a new scheme or it does result in an upgrade. But I'm satisfied that we've got that condition in there just to deal with these points.
Can I come back in, Chair?
Yeah, you certainly can.
Bernard, whereabouts is that condition 6? Where is it in the papers?
Page 152.
152. Condition 6, yeah. Okay, Bernard, thank you very much for that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Donnelly?
Just a question, because David had mentioned there about playgrounds. I'm just wondering, with another 150 houses, what is the play areas around Fernigear that families can access? Because they are out the way, and it would be good for the kids. But I wasn't aware there was play areas, but David highlighted there was. Could somebody enlighten me?
Through you, Chair. The site, Fernigear itself, you've got Shatley Row Country Park, is quite a large area of open space containing play areas, and it's not too far away, so that is probably the largest area. Also within the development, we'd be looking to get a small play area, and around the Suds Basin, etc., there would be quite a large area of open space there, which residents would be able to access and walk around as amenity open space. So there are, both within the development and not too far away, areas that people would be able to access.
Okay, that's fine, Bernard, but I would agree, I would intuit if you're a young mum and you've got a child in a pram and maybe another child and you're going to Shatley Road, it is actually really a wee bit of a done for to take them to go and play in a play area, and you have to cross a very busy road as well. So that's why I'm asking that there is some areas round about Fernigear that mums don't have to travel that kind of distance if they didn't need to. But that's fine, you've assured me that there is.
Yeah, there is just there's an existing play area just at the access to the development, which is already constructed. And as I say, there will be a small play area within this development. And you've got, obviously, Shatley Row is not far to walk.
That's a matter of opinion. But yes, I take your point, Bernard.
Okay.
Okay, I don't see any other hands, so I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 10 is application P21-1177, and that's in pages 161 to 172. Another one for Tina. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, this is an application for the formation of a car storage depot, which is Class 6, for the storage and distribution of vehicles. It includes also the erection of ancillary buildings to manage the area, car parking and associated infrastructure. The application is a detailed app, and it's from Copart UK for the site at Stroud Road. The application site is currently vacant. It's a very large industrial area. It was the former Freescale Semiconductor Works and also the former Jay's Chemical Factory. Site itself is generally level and has been cleared of all buildings and most structures except for a small electricity substation and associated apparatus and car parking and the hard standing there. The applicants proposed to form a car storage depot for the storage, distribution and processing of vehicles, erection of ancillary buildings and the car parking. The proposal includes open storage area across the site of up to 5,000 vehicles, and to manage that, a modular office building, processing building, a vehicle receiving area and photographic bays, motorcycle storage, wash bays and a depollution building area, security fencing and flood lighting with the CCTV for security. One main vehicular access point is proposed from Colville's Road at the location where the existing site access is at the moment. And access would be used by the large vehicle transporters and other smaller vehicles dropping off and collecting cars and other motorcycles, etc. There'll be a reception area close to the access with offices and staff welfare facilities. The facility itself would create approximately 60 jobs, which are made up of a mixture of approximately 30 for the office staff and people processing the vehicles and yard staff, and the remainder would be specialist and transportation HGV drivers. In terms of planning background, it is, as I say, it was the site that housed the Freescale and the Jay's factories. They have been away for some number of years. The site has been cleared, and we did have a proposal of application notice from the applicants. In terms of consultees, no objections from consultees, subject to conditions. In terms of representations, we did receive one letter of representation. However, it did relate to flora and fauna and species there. But given the nature of the site and the use of the site for many decades, there's limited nature on the site, and certainly nothing that gives us any issues. Turning to our assessment and conclusion, the proposal will provide a modern centralised facility. It will bring the site back into a vacant site and derelict site back into use. It's a modern centralised facility, and it's an acceptable use in planning terms. The proposed use as Class 6 storage is suitable within an industrial area of this type. Therefore, the proposal would have no significant adverse impact upon amenity in our view. It would bring the vacant site and derelict site back into use, and therefore recommending approval. The only other thing I would mention, finally, we had an inquiry about contamination. So I would highlight condition 14. It does require the developer to undertake an updated, fully comprehensive site investigation, although there is little construction or break-up of the site proposed, but the condition has been attached, and they would have to satisfy environmental services in that regard. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tina. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the amount of vehicles that's going to be getting in and out here, particularly from Stroud Road, which is an extremely busy road. Now, I worked in Motorola for 25 years, so I know how busy that road is, particularly in the morning and in the evening. It's starting and finishing times from that industrial estate. Now, that is going to create havoc on that road, depending on how many vehicles are moving in and out. Do we know roughly how many vehicles will be in and out? I know it's a storage for 5,000 cars, but how many is going to be in and out in a day? Have we got any idea what the expectation of that is? Thanks.
Through you, Chair, maybe ask my roads colleagues to come in. Roads were consulted and involved in the proposal. No objections subject to conditions, which also includes the construction traffic management plan. But in terms of the vehicles generation, I maybe ask roads to come in.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, thank you. And there was a transport statement carried out for this development whereby there's 15 car transporters that arrive and leave each day, so there'll be 30 movements. These movements will generally be out with the peak periods and they'll be spread throughout the day. In addition to that, there's also 70 movements. That's about 35. It's the sold cars that they would be selling. So there would be in total about 100 movements throughout the whole day. I think they said that there was 30 to 40 new employees that were there, and they generally arrive before the morning peak. And the site is also well served by public transport, obviously quite central to a lot of the East Kilbride population that may want to walk or cycle there.
Chair, through you, can I ask a supplementary?
Yes.
I've asked several times for a zebra crossing or a pelican crossing or some way, safe way for folk to cross that road. It's always been denied because people have raised concerns about it. There's also a lot of school children use it, crossing the road to go to one of the high schools. Could that then be looked at in the light of this additional traffic, especially if we're going to have transporters going up and down? There's also been folk have complained about the speeds on that road, and I know that's been dealt with, particularly at the junctions at Apple Way and in the roundabout. So I wonder if we could just revisit these things and see what we can do. I'd be grateful if the roads could look into that and let me know.
Through you, Chair. Yeah, happy to do that, Councillor. Take that back, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Buchanan.
Councillor McCannon, I don't know if you might be on mute.
There we go. Can I ask Jack, will all these transporters be dropping off within the site, or are they going to be sitting at the side of the roads like they do down at some of the other car places, dropping off and creating problems in the carriageways? Can you answer that one?
Through you, Chair. Yeah, there's a turning area within the site for the car transporter to drop off within the site.
Okay. Yeah. Cheers.
Okay, thank you. I'll move the report.
I think a hand's just went up. No, it might be. I'll second it, Chair, but I think it was that, Chair. I think it's a legacy one.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 11, that's application P210947, and that's on pages 173 to 182. And another one for Bernard. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. Planning permission is sought for the change of use for vacant bookmakers to a hot food takeaway and associated works on Glasgow Road, Blantyre. The premises occupies the ground floor of a traditional sandstone building located within the town centre. The proposal would result in the property being brought back into use as a hot food takeaway, with an extract flue being installed to the rear of the property. In terms of the local plan, a hot food takeaway is considered to be an appropriate use within a town centre location. Consultation responses are summarised in section 4 of the report, and no objections have been raised. 2 representations were received in relation to the application, one of which contained a petition against the proposal with 116 signatories. The main issues raised with the proposal are noise, odour, parking, and that there is no need for an additional hot food takeaway within the town centre. The unit has been vacant since July 2021 and was last occupied by a bookmakers. The agent is advised that the current applicant operates a hot food use from the nearby unit at 249 Glasgow Road, and it's their intention to seek to relocate to the larger premises subject to getting planning approval. The applicant has submitted correspondence which confirms that they own both the unit at 249 Glasgow Road and the application site. In addition, they've advised that following the relocation of their existing hot food business, the unit at 249 Glasgow Road would be converted to a retail use. In conclusion, the proposal will result in the occupation of a vacant property within Blantyre Town Centre. The proposed alterations to the property are considered minimal and will not adversely affect the character or appearance of the building or the surrounding streetscape. Overall, the proposal is acceptable and it's recommended that planning permission is granted, subject to conditions.
Thank you, Bernard. Councillor Burns?
Thanks, Bernard. Just very briefly, it's maybe a question that Stuart Laird can answer rather than a planning issue. It's just on the question of the petition with 116 signatures. Their concern, apart from the smell, the odour, is going to be parking. There is generally an issue with parking in Glasgow Road, as in the lack of parking. And I think that the note and the signatures are commenting on is about there's more likely to be generation of parking next to a hot food takeaway rather than a bookies shop. Are we still comfortable without the parking in Glasgow Road that this is sufficient in terms of the way in which it's going to be allowed to develop? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll bring Fraser in on that point.
Thank you. This is a town centre use. There's on-street parking, obviously on Glasgow Road, and also the existing takeaway has obviously been relocated there. But we're happy that it's a town centre use and that the existing parking provision is adequate there.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 12 is application P191231, and that's in pages 183 to 202, and Tina will take us through item. Thank you, Tina.
Thank you, Chair. It is a proposal for detailed application for 18 flats at Bosfield Corner in East Kilbride Village. The application site measures approximately 0.23 of a hectare and is bounded to the west by Highfield Place, with residential dwelling houses opposite to the north by a residential dwelling house, and to the south by residential dwellings which front onto Bosfield Corner. Detailed planning consent is sought for by East Kilbride Housing Association for the erection of a 3-storey flatted development comprising of the 18 units, the associated facilities, car parking, and a small landscaped garden area. All properties are intended for social rent for older people, and the applicant advised that the proposed development has been designed to provide flexible accommodation to suit changing needs and to facilitate the provision of changing levels of care for tenants. The proposed development has been brought forward in partnership with South Lanarkshire Council's housing services and will be part funded by the council. The proposals include the relocation of the vehicular access to the site from Bosfield Corner to Highfield Place, with the existing access continuing to serve as a pedestrian access to the development. Road widening of a section of Highfield Place between Bosfield Corner and Old Coach Road is to improve the vehicular access to the site, is also being undertaken by the Housing Association. In addition, off-street parking provision for 18 cars is proposed, and a replacement path connection to the site and surrounding residential area to the adjacent cycle path would be put in place to ensure that access to the cycle path would be retained and improved. In terms of the LDP, the site is within the built-up area and therefore residential development is acceptable. In terms of consultees, there are no objections from consultees, subject to conditions attached. I would highlight Housing Services response. As I say, this is a project in conjunction with our own housing services, and they've confirmed that the site is within the housing investment plan, the SHIP, as a priority set for Scottish Government affordable housing, granting funding approval, and noted that all the houses provided in the site will be affordable social rent for older people. In terms of representations, we did receive a number of representations at the outset. The application's been with us for some time, really just to sort out the access issues and the parking issues. But when it originally was submitted, we did receive 16 letters of representation were submitted, 15 objection letters and 1 comments letter. And that they're set, the points raised are set out in section 5 of the report. As noted, the drawings originally submitted showed 15 off-street car parking spaces on the plans, and that would have met the requirements given the nature of the development and the likely tenants and the fact it was housing association. Roads require 0.8 parking spaces. However, given that it is quite a congested area and parking is a premium, we have requested 18 spaces for 18 flats, albeit that it's for elderly residents managed by the housing association. In terms of amenity, the proposed flatted block is a significant distance away from the other properties round about. In particular, the houses to the east and the west. It is slightly closer to the house to the south. However, there's no overlooking windows on from habitable rooms on that elevation. So we're happy that in terms of amenity, it's okay. It's acceptable. We have had issues raised about the proposed external seating garden area, which is in paragraph D. The external seating area is for the use of the residents, and it's a small landscaped memorial. Relates to the provision of a small landscaped memorial garden to serve as part of the open space. We're not anticipating antisocial issues, and it finishes off the development. So we were supportive of it. Clearly, if there were antisocial problems, that would be a matter for the housing association or ultimately the police in the long term. Turning to our assessment and conclusions, the East Kilbride Housing Association will build the 18 affordable flats. It's a vacant site at Bosfield Corner and would provide a facility for social rent for older people. The proposal includes the relocation of the vehicular access and the road widening of Highfield Place, which will improve the vehicular access into the site. And as I said earlier, the provision of the 100% parking spaces. We're therefore recommending approval subject to the conditions attached.
Thank you, Tina. Councillor Warto?
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. I notice on the list of consultees that East Mains Community Council is not listed. Is this an oversight? Because normally East Mains Community Council are consulted and usually reply to the consultation. The other query is about the flats themselves. They're described as being for the elderly. Now, a lot of the new flats that are being built in East Kilbride for sale incorporate lifts. I would have thought in the development of this type in this day and age that would have been taken into account in designing the flats, because people can move in and 2 or 3 years later they might find that being on the top floor of a block of flats is not really the best place. Will there be lifts incorporated into these flats?
Through yourself, Chair, in answer to the Community Council, Councillor Warto is right. It's probably one that we could or should have consulted on. However, the Community Councils do get the lists, and I'm not aware that they requested a consultation. In terms of the lift, I'm not sure of the answer to that question. I don't know whether, I know Declan King, one of the planning officers that dealt with the report, he is here. Would that be okay, Chair, if just defer to Declan to answer that one?
Certainly would, yes, thank you.
Yeah, just through you, a very short answer. Yes, there is a lift provision within the proposed plans for the development, just at the main stairwell as you come in, serving all floors.
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks.
Okay, don't see any other hands, so I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Item 13 is application P210061, and that's in pages 203 to 212. And the last one to speak to that one. Thank you, Tony.
Thank you, Chair. The applicant here seeks retrospective planning consent for the siting of a caravan for use as a welfare unit and the erection of a boundary fence on land at Heather Road in Nempfler. The caravan is being used to provide welfare facilities for the landowner and his agricultural activities on the adjoining land. It's sited adjacent to an established tree cover and ancillary buildings within the field. The applicant has also widened an existing field access from Heather Road and installed a new fence. In terms of consultation, the road service were consulted on the application and they've advised that the proposals have no adverse impact on the public road network. They have noted that the field access already existed and therefore it's widening, and the installation of the fence doesn't have any additional implications for the road network. Following the carrying out of neighbour notification and publicity, 10 letters of objection have been received, and the grounds for objection are set out in section 5 of the report and also our responses to them. I'll just pick up on one or two of those points. The objectors have alleged that the caravan has been used as a permanent dwelling. In response to that, planning enforcement officers have attended the site on several occasions, and there's no evidence within the unit that the structure is being used for accommodation. The planning application does say that it's solely for providing welfare facilities to an agricultural worker. It's been assessed on that basis. And a condition stating that the caravan can be used as a residential accommodation forms part of the conditions on the paper apart. There are also concerns about the appearance of the caravan. In response to that, I would say it sits within a group of existing buildings and trees, and so it's not prominent in the landscape or from the village. And a condition requiring it to be painted wholly in brown forms part of the conditions in the paper apart. Since the publication of the agenda, a local resident has written to us to advise that burning has taken place at the site, and they point out that condition 4 proposed, if consent is granted, seeks to prevent that happening. So in response to that, there isn't a breach of condition as it stands because the decision hasn't been taken on the application. However, we have contacted the applicant to point out the proposed condition, and this will be reiterated if consent is granted today. Also, concerns raised about the road access and on-site parking not being adequate. However, as I said before, Roads and Transportation have no objections to the proposal. Objectors have also pointed out that bats are present within the trees surrounding the proposals, and the hedgerow removal took place during the bird nesting season. So the proposals themselves don't involve the removal of trees or buildings that may have potential for bat roosts. The welfare unit itself, it's not of a form or a type of building that bats would use. The hedges were removed prior to the council's involvement in the case. So any concerns regarding damage to nesting birds are a matter for the police and would have been required to be reported at the time of the work. So we don't think there's any issues in terms of ecology. So just turning to the assessment of the proposal, as I've said, the caravan is required for welfare purposes in association with the business at the site, and therefore in land use terms it's acceptable. It's not of a scale that would dominate the surrounding area or create a significant visual impact. Its position within the site minimises its impact from public roads and nearby houses and the wider settlement. And it's also located adjacent to existing outbuildings, which further screen and helps integrate the caravan into the public view. The fencing that's been erected is considered suitable for an agricultural setting. A condition stating that the caravan must remain in situ as it currently stands forms part of the conditions. And that's to ensure it's not relocated to a different part of the site where it may have an increased visual and amenity impact. So taking all those things together, Chair, it's recommended that planning permission be granted.
Thank you, Tony. Any questions for Tony? Those in the hands, I'll move the report.
Second that.
Thank you. Agree report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Item 14 is application 0776, and that's on pages 213 to 240. Another one for Bernard. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. Planning permission is sought for a residential development consisting of 36 house plots on land within Careswell, which is a short distance from Cunwath. The site extends to approximately 3 hectares of relatively level ground, which is currently used as agricultural grazing land. Although the site is located in a rural area, it sits amid a number of residential properties and other land which is planning permission for residential development. The development would consist of a total of 36 house plots. The details of any proposed housing would require to be the subject of a separate planning application. The development would take access from Careswell Avenue with an internal spine road serving 3 short cul-de-sacs. The development would contain amenity space and appropriate drainage measures. Since the application is classed as a major application, pre-application consultation was undertaken prior to the submission of the planning application. In terms of the local plan, the site is identified as part of the housing land supply and falls within the settlement boundary of Careswell. The principle of residential development at this location is therefore supported by the local plan. It's quite an extensive planning background to the site, and there's a history of development over the past 20 years or so within the wider Careswell estate, which involves the erection of individual dwelling houses, the creation of small housing developments, and the conversion of Bertram House to flats. The most significant application in terms of relevance to this proposal is Planning Permission CL 130488, which was approved by the Planning Committee in February 2014 for a 36 house plot development on this site. This approval preceded the designation of the site as part of the housing land supply in the current local plan. No objections have been raised from consultees, subject to the use of appropriate conditions, and these comments are summarised in section 4 of the report. If the recommendation is agreed, a section 75 planning obligation will be required to address contributions relating to education, communities and affordable housing. 45 letters of representation were received in relation to the application, and the points raised are summarised in section 5 of the report. The main issues raised relate to traffic, access, construction, drainage, privacy, layout, design, noise and education. A request for a hearing was also made, and following discussion between the chair of the planning committee and the head of service, it was declined. Planning permission has previously been approved for residential development at this location, and the site is identified in the adopted local plan as forming part of the housing land supply. The principle of residential development is therefore supported. The proposed development would consolidate the established development pattern in the locality. This is aided by the existing woodland backdrop to the site, which further promotes visual integration and reduces the impact on the character of the surrounding area. In addition, views into the site from the wider area are limited. The site is accessed by an existing private road approximately 1 kilometre in length, along which is a mixture of clusters of housing of varying age. The site can accommodate an additional residential development of the scale proposed without affecting the setting or character of these building groups. The development will not appear out of place, as it can successfully merge into its background due to the presence of mature trees and building groups centred around Bertram House. The site will face onto the junction with Bertram Avenue, where there is a neighbourhood hub. The layout, orientation, amenity provision and landscaping is also satisfactory, and the main elevations of houses will front onto the adjacent roads. The design of the proposed houses does not form part of this application. However, a condition would be added to any consent granted to require a detailed planning brief to be agreed with the council. This will set parameters on building heights, plot ratios, design details and materials. Roads and transportation services have not raised any road safety issues affecting the development of the site, subject to several conditions, including those covering improvements to Careswell Avenue, traffic management, a dilapidation survey, and the internal road layout of the development. The proposals represent an appropriate form of residential development for the site, and it is therefore recommended that detailed planning consent be granted, subject to the conditions listed. However, consent should be withheld until the conclusion of a Section 75 agreement to ensure the submission of the necessary financial contributions. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Bernard. Councillor McCallan.
Thanks, Chair.
Since elected in 2017, I've received scores of complaints from residents regarding the main route into Kersnell Estate. Kersnell Avenue is predominantly single track and is a very bad state of repair, and as such has never been approved or adopted by the council. The complaints I've received, and I know Councillor Allison is the same, range from damage to residents' tyres, HGVs carrying building materials causing more damage to the infrastructure of the road. The public are also very alarmed that the road would be very challenging for emergency vehicles in an emergency. And the most recent complaint I received was from the parents after a school bus with pupils refused to travel on the road due to its state. I think it's fair to say that this road has caused and continues to cause significant acrimony in the community, among residents and with the builders. So the key question I think my constituents would want me to ask is, why does South Lanarkshire Council continue to recommend approving planning applications for this estate, albeit in this case plots only, when the only route into the estate is clearly inadequate with little prospect of improvement or upgrading? Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to come back in there, Bernard, or Fraser come in?
I'll allow Fraser to come in. The only comment I would say, just obviously there is a history of a previous approval on the site, and it was identified as part of the housing land supply through the local plan process. But I'll let Fraser come in to address the points to do with the access.
Thank you. Fraser?
Thank you. Essentially, Kersnell Avenue is a private road, and as such, similar to that of a public road. Obviously, the only difference is that it's maintained privately. It's private. There is, I understand, a method of getting contributions from the existing residents to pay for that road, and it essentially is a private matter to be dealt with. In terms of the use of the road and the additional trips that would be generated by this development of 36 units, there's a condition that's proposed to include 4 additional passing places, and we've considered the kind of cumulative impact of that with the existing properties that are already accessed from Kersnell Avenue. And essentially, we're satisfied that there would be about 1 vehicle every minute coming out in the morning peak, with around 1 vehicle every 3 minutes going in the morning peak. And obviously that's an average, but it gives an indication of the type of traffic volumes that there are. And with these additional passing places, we feel that's something that can be accommodated on the private road. In terms of emergency access, the passing places obviously can be used by cars, and can, if there was an ambulance, fire appliance, would be able to pass a car that was waiting in the passing place. So we're kind of satisfied overall that the proposals will accommodate the 36 units that are proposed.
Thank you, Fraser. Councillor Allison?
Thanks, Chair. If you'll indulge me, I'm actually going to go back 15 years and start and give a slightly different perspective to Bernard on the background to this area, because as Councillor McCallan has already indicated, it has been something that has kept our postman very busy, bringing in the different comments. 15 years ago, there was approximately circa maybe 10 houses in this area. Various planning applications, if this one is passed, will take it up to nearer, I think, 120 in 15 years. Where else in Scotland, never mind South Lanarkshire, is that level of a development being allowed in a place that wasn't even a village? It was simply an old college with staff housing. That is why, again, you've got a very special figure. Over 50% of those people living in this area at the moment have objected to this development. It doesn't blend in well at all. That is perspective. And there are a number of other things that I think I would like to highlight now as well. How many houses will we allow up a private road? Here, as I'm saying, we're heading towards 120. Yeah, just a mile along the road, a very similar road, a resident has been told that they would need to bring their 1 kilometre road up to adoptable standard to put one house on it. It just does not seem to compute that two different views can be done on exactly the same type of situation. So how many houses will we allow up a private road? I am led also to believe 15 years ago, the roads officers that went out to evaluate the first applications here said the road was not suitable at that time for a housing development. Why has that changed? Can the developer put the conditions you've put in place regarding passing places, etc., in place without the consent of the landowner? Is it possible to do that, or must they then get the approval of them? Why, and I'm sorry I've not taken proper notes, you say at one point that access onto the A70 cannot be considered because we have no control, the developer has no control over that route. Yet they have no control over Kershaw Avenue. Why is it acceptable for them then to be able to use that? Going into the more specifics, education have said they require funding for St Mary's, which is a denominational school in Lanark, not the catchment school. 36 houses will give you approximately 7 extra pupils. I can't imagine many of them, small proportion of them maybe being denominational. So why is the funding going to St Mary's out with the catchment, the general catchment area, and not into Carnwath Primary itself? You also say it's condition 29 regarding a road survey. There is currently conditions in place for the current developers which were not provided. Well, I certainly couldn't be provided to them originally when I asked for the pre-start conditions, and they had to come directly from the developer. How is that going to tie in with these current condition surveys? Because there is not an agreement among anyone as to what is due by whom. And you are now going to put another developer on top of that? Same with your factoring scheme. There is not one in place at the moment. We have different people with different wording in their, what do you call them, title deeds. Some are given a percentage, some are just told that they can, that they have to contribute. It has left this area in a complete mess because there is no agreement between anyone, there is no factoring scheme in place, and this is simply adding more problems on to the issues that we're already receiving. I accept we maybe can't object in principle at the moment, but I think we need to look far closer at how we are managing this, how we are going to allow this development, if it's going to go ahead, to take place. Chair, if I could get a response to sort of, I hope it wasn't a rant, but along all these different issues, because I think I may need to come in with an amendment. Thanks just now.
Okay, thank you. Bernard?
I'll maybe let Fraser come in to address the road pickup and the roads points first. That's probably the bulk of it, and I'll come back in with hopefully I've got a note of all your points, Councillor Allison. But if I miss anything when I come back in, just let me know. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Bernard. Fraser?
Okay, thank you. I think the first question was just how many houses can be accessed off a private road. And essentially, if it's a private road and it's got capacity to take that, and including the sort of makeup, then development it could be whatever size it would need to be under a private road. It's just really the maintenance responsibilities that are different. Certainly, my involvement has been looking back at the most recent application, which was for approval based on similar conditions to what we have today in terms of providing additional passing places and kind of, if you like, making the conditions more onerous. As you may have noticed, there's a condition that requires the developer to upgrade the road before they commence works, and that would alleviate a lot of the issues pre-construction. In terms of the passing places over that may be in land that's out with their control, that would be a private matter to deal with between the applicant and the owner of the road. In terms of access onto the A70, if it's a private road, then everyone should be able to drive down that road. But I believe the condition of the road from the site to the A70 is in a poor condition, and it would be difficult certainly for us to look at that and say that the condition of it was suitable for the additional development. And what we've done is reviewed that based on the main access point that we've been talking about today. In terms of the condition 29, the road survey, it can get quite complicated and difficult to apportion the works. And what we'd probably look to do is get some form of apportionment between the developers if they were working at the same time. So that's where it becomes quite difficult to control. But the condition for the dilapidation survey is now each year for this proposal, and therefore it gives us more opportunities to see what's happening to the road as it continues on. And in terms of, I think Bernard, you may want to answer the factoring scheme part of that. And I think I've answered all the points, Councillor. Correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it was why engineers are now saying there are no issues with the road when 15 years ago they said it wasn't suitable for the small development that was proposed, the first development that was proposed. And there's a second one come up from what you said. Was there not a previous condition on this site that the road had to be brought up to an adoptable standard?
Yeah, I believe that may have been a view in one of the very earlier applications, Councillor. Certainly our review of the Kirswell Avenue at the moment is it capable of taking additional traffic for 36 units, and we are certainly satisfied that it can take the additional traffic with the inclusion of the additional works that are proposed as conditions.
And regarding the change in the view?
I wasn't around at that time, Councillor. I don't know. That view could have been taken potentially if it's all about to upgrade the road to an adoptable standard. Would obviously incur a significant cost that may not allow the development to be viable. And certainly for 36 units, it would cost a significant cost to upgrade the road to be that, and suggest maybe that's not a sort of reasonable condition to require this developer to do.
Thanks, Fraser. Bernard, do you want to go in now?
Yes, just picking up on your other points, Councillor Allison, and if I do miss anything off, apologies and just remind me. But in terms of the education contributions, some of that would go to St Mary's Primary at Lanark, but the largest the largest amount of the contribution for education requirements relates to nursery provision, and that would be spread out over the surrounding area. So we take our advice from colleagues in education, and it will be based on where there's an identified need, and it may be that the primary school, etc. in Carnwath has got capacity for this development. So we take our advice from education colleagues and what they're asking for, but the majority of the request would relate to nursery contributions. In terms of not owning land, it's one of the peculiarities in planning that you don't always have to own the land to which a planning application relates. Ultimately, like anything, common sense dictates that you would get permission from the landowner before doing that. Sometimes you do end up in a situation where there's a ransom strip, etc. In this, anybody looking to do the development, the application site boundary includes the access road. There are conditions. So ultimately, it would be the responsibility of the applicant or developer to ensure that they comply with any conditions attached to the planning consent and can ensure that they fulfil those requirements. And just the other point I noted down, just the discrepancy between the title deeds and the different properties. Unfortunately, the title deeds don't always reflect what is agreed at the planning stage, and they are drawn up without the involvement of the council. And similarly, whilst it would be good if they did all say the same thing, the council don't have any control over the title deeds that are drawn up. That's a legal matter out with the remit of the council. I think that was all the points, was it?
Yeah, sorry for taking so long here, Chair, but the other point there was not just what was in the title deeds, but one of the conditions already there, I believe, for other developers was that a factoring scheme had to be put in place for maintenance of the road. And I was then told by the planning department that all pre-start conditions had been achieved. There is no factoring scheme in place. So the concerns that we are not enforcing conditions makes this development even more worrying for the local community.
If that's a factoring scheme that relates to a separate development, then that's something we can look up into to check and see if there are any issues raised or a breach of condition, to see what they're doing. So that's something that I'll take a note of, and we can investigate that.
Okay, thank you. You quite happy with that, Councillor Alison?
Yeah, I think I'll come back in with an amendment, but I see Peter wants to speak as well.
Well, Councillor McClymont was first, so I'll bring in Councillor McClymont.
Thanks, Chair. No, it's just to say that I totally agree with Ian and Alec on this one. I use this road myself sometimes. There is actually a business up there as well, which adds to the traffic. It's not suitable. It's definitely not suitable for cars, or certainly not for fire engines or ambulances, I would imagine. And with an extra 36 units, it's going to be even more difficult. So I think Fraser's kind of answered what I was going to ask, but it was what condition have you got to put on it to upgrade the road? Do you mean to adoptable standards? I think you've already said that they couldn't afford to do that with 36 units. But what's the standard got to be that they're going to have to meet? And what's going to happen with the ongoing? You're talking about factoring there, so that is a concern for the future, and I absolutely don't think that this road is capable of taking another 36 units. Thanks.
Fraser, you want to come in there?
Yeah, thank you. In terms of the requirement to upgrade, though, we would need to have a look to see what condition it was in to start with, and then take a view on what sort of design would be required to accommodate the construction traffic and build it to that level. But you're right, there wouldn't be the intention to adopt it after that. It would be something that would be reasonable to get the developer to do to allow him to get access to his plot.
Thank you. Councillor Craig?
Yeah, thanks, Chair.
Yeah, this road's come up on several occasions throughout my tenure at the council, and it's a real problem. It's a real mess because of the different developments at different times, and not having a continuity of development. But I mean, the problem here is the road, right? So we need to know who owns the road. We need to know if those passing places can be done. Who's going to buy that land? Everything around this is in a really bad situation. So I take it Alex going to put in an amendment, which I think would probably be worthwhile from the point of view of we need more information on this. We need to know if there was a condition put on a previous plan that we passed. If that's not been fulfilled, why it hasn't been fulfilled. We can't, in my opinion, we can't add to those which are already endemic in that particular area by making it worse by more houses. So there's a lot more information I would need. I don't know, maybe Fraser's got that information, but we can't just say we'll put in parking places if we don't know if the landowner will sell those parking places to the developer. And I'd be very wary about passing this in its present form without that kind of information. But maybe Fraser has that information, they can pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you. Fraser, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, sorry. I don't have that information, I'm afraid, Councillor. A lot of the conditions that were proposed for this application were replicated from the application that was granted consent in 2016, if I remember rightly. Yeah.
I see Monica wants to come in. And you come, Monica.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. It was just really to respond in relation to Councillor Craig's comments. I mean, obviously we can get that information. We have some of that information currently in legal. Don't have it with me today, but we can obviously get that for members. But it was just really in terms of today's decision, though, for the planning committee, as we've discussed previously. Title restrictions or ownership isn't really a planning consideration. I appreciate the concerns today, but it was just to highlight that again in terms of the considerations before us. Obviously we can get that information and we can share that with the committee, but the condition is there really to ensure that there's no development until that agreement is in place, and that's what's protecting, I suppose, further use of the road and until further use of the road by the new development. The condition is there, and it says that there can be no development until an agreement is in place in relation to the upgrades for the road, and that scheme has to be approved by the Roads Authority. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you. Councillor Craig?
Yeah, thanks for that, Monica. I appreciate that. But the information that Alec was talking about, a previous application where there was supposed to be a factoring service, my concerns are all about making a bad situation even worse. And I would like to know what was happening about that previous application and where we stood legally about enforcing that to upgrade the road. Because without it, I live on a private road. I know the difficulties that can come from that, and I wouldn't be happy without passing this unless I had some more information around that. So, thank you.
Councillor Alison, you want to come back in?
Well, I see Bernard wants in. It was actually to move an amendment I was going to come back in with.
Okay, I'll let Bernard come in just now then.
It was just to answer Councillor Craig's point and just to confirm that we can look into the matter from, I think it's the next door site, just about the planning approval and if there's any issues with the conditions associated with it, and we can look into that. It was just to confirm.
Thank you, Bernard. Councillor Allison?
Sorry, it's an amendment I want to make, but it's no one else. I see Graham Scott wants to comment as well. So I was going to hang off until everybody had spoken, Chair.
Okay, that's fine. It's just your hand had been up before that. Councillor Scott? Councillor Scott? You're on mute.
Just a slight technical problem there. My apologies. I don't know what happened there. It's just a question relating back to 331. That apparently planning permission CL 130488 was granted for the same number, 36 house plots, in February 2014. What's the difference between that one getting consent and this one now?
Bernard, you okay to answer that one?
Yes. Strictly speaking, from a planning point of view, that set a precedent for residential on that particular site. The boundary reflects what the current proposal is. When that was approved in 2014, following on from that decision, it resulted in the application site forming part of the housing land supply in what is the adopted local plan. So I think, strictly speaking, at the time of the approval in 2014 by the Planning Committee, it would have been a departure because the site would have been Greenbelt rural area, whereas now it is identified as a housing development site. So in terms of what has changed, the biggest change is that it now adheres to the land use policy contained in the local plan.
So kind of a supplementary, Chair. So it's actually more compatible now, the application, than it was in 2014?
Yes.
In planning terms?
In planning terms, in terms of the land use, at the time of the 2014 decision, it would have been assessed, and based on the material considerations at that time, it was presented to the Planning Committee and ultimately approved. Since then, the land use has been changed to identify the site specifically as part of the housing land supply in the local plan. So the principle of housing is what you would expect to see on the site should someone come forth with a development proposal, as per the current application, which is proposing residential. So yes, it now fully complies with the land use policy.
Thank you.
Thanks, Bernard. Councillor Donnelly?
I was wanting to hear the amendment that Alec was going to put forward, because with the comments that have been made, I don't know if this paper should be deferred till we get the answers that people are asking for.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Allison?
Yeah, I'm accepting that this area has been deemed suitable for housing. That has happened already, and therefore it would be difficult to argue. What I'm looking to do is to try and try and mitigate the problems that the development here over a period of time has created. And I may need Monica's help to get the correct wording for what we're looking to do. I would actually be in favour of going back to the original condition that there needs to be an adoptable road put in place to service this development. How that ties in with current developers and householders, I've just no idea. And it's one of the problems that has been created. The second thing is, if I can't get that, I think we do need to have a factoring scheme brought back to this committee that covers all residencies in that area. so that we're not having this type of discussion again. Because although this is the largest single development that can be held in here, there are a couple of other small areas within the village envelope that could take housing. And therefore, I think we need to be future-proof this as well. I would also like to see and I'm not sure that the current planning conditions do fully cover it, I would like to see an agreement with the landowners. And we do know who they are, Peter. It's not a secret or anything. With them before this goes any further. I'm curious, not curious. Is there any advice, Monica, you can give us as to how I can properly achieve that?
Monica?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Ellis, I think going back to what Fraser had mentioned earlier, given his advice and given the previous consents and the conditions that are attached to them, I think any condition that requested that they will be brought up to an adoptable standard could potentially be challengeable on the basis that it was unreasonable, and that would be hard for us to defend if challenged due to the expert advice that we have from our officers in relation to that, regardless of what the position was 15 years ago, when perhaps there were different regulations. There would certainly have been different roads regulations that were required to be followed at that point in time. The condition, I believe, sorry if it's back to what the conditions are. I believe
30, road service 29.
Yeah, 30. So there is a condition there that requires a factoring scheme. Again, my view is it wouldn't be competent to have a condition there requiring that the factoring scheme be approved. But I suppose looking at it now, actually, it does allow, it is subject to the approval of the council as planning authority. If you requested that come to committee to be approved rather than by officer, that's potentially competent. Given that in terms of our scheme of delegation, certain things can be referred to committee. It wouldn't be in the wording of the condition, but it's something that you could request in a motion today, and if carried, then the planning officer would bring the factoring scheme to the planning committee for its approval. So that is potentially a possibility. In terms of seeking agreement of the landowners in relation to the passing places, we wouldn't normally impose such onerous conditions because, as I said, the title conditions, ownership issues aren't normally considered material considerations in applications. But potentially, if we made the condition a pre-commencement, a suspensive condition, it could arguably be competent, but that wouldn't be normally what we would do as a planning authority, because ultimately, as I said, ownership issues are things that can be resolved, and the condition is there. So the condition is there to protect anything happening. So. But obviously, you've mentioned that the issue really is ensuring that there's proper enforcement of the condition. So the fact that there's no commencement of development until the roads are upgraded kind of does that in and of itself, rather than requiring a legal agreement. Because in terms of the legal agreement, we could never really comment on the competency of the legal agreement, or we can't enforce what they agree. What we really want is that the works are done, really. If that assists.
I think so. Right, I would propose...
Can I bring in Councillor McAllen? I'll come back to you.
I think Councillor Allison's just about to put an amendment in. I'll hear what he's going to say, and if agreeable, I will second it.
Okay, Councillor Allison.
Yeah. Condition 30. That a factoring to cover all properties use of the road be adapted to reflect that, and it be a pre-start condition. That should, I think, from what you say, that would be competent, Monica. And the second one is again just enforcing that the road, if it's not brought up to adoptable standard, the roads condition again is it preemptive? Is that the words you used? Pre-start, suspensive. That is made clearer and stronger in road condition 29. Okay.
Okay, I'll bring Bernard in at that point.
Thank you, Chair. It was just Councillor Allison. I was just wanting to clarify, just when you're referring to condition 30 and you're making reference to all properties use of the road, are you referring to all properties, i.e. the 36 that form part of this development, or are you meaning all properties within the Careswell estate, if you like?
The latter, Bernard. One of the problems we've got here is that there is no joined up thinking at all in what has happened. As I said at the start, there are different views on who has an entitlement, a responsibility to pay, the percentages they have to pay, what they have to pay for, where they have to pay, areas they are covering. And I think all of that now needs to be covered. My preference is for an adopted road to be put in place. But from what Monica's saying, I don't think that is possible at this time. So therefore we need to do the second best thing, which is make sure everyone is quite clear about where they are in terms of the maintenance of this road and the programme. Sorry, that was another point.
Monica, could I just seek some clarification about that proposal that, and just query whether it would be competent for a condition to cover properties which are not part of this application?
Through you, Chair. No, Bernard, sorry if I perhaps wasn't clear, Councillor Allison. In terms of the conditions that we can impose, we can only impose conditions on land that is within the red line boundary. We can't impose conditions on land out with the application site, and potentially that's what you would be doing there, because there would be certain developments that are outside the application site but use the road. Therefore, that in and of itself wouldn't be competent. What governs that is the title conditions on the particular properties, and the requirement for each of those properties to ensure that every party who lives there is complying with their maintenance obligations, because all of the properties there should have maintenance obligations in relation to this private road, and the owner obviously has, the owners of the land also have maintenance obligations. And it really, what has to be done is they have to be obliged to carry out maintenance of the road.
Thanks, Monica. I'll bring Polly in at that point.
Chair, I actually wanted to raise the same point and ask the same question of Monica that Bernard asked, and that any conditions that are put on this has to be confined to the 33 36 houses, i.e. it's this application that's before you today, albeit I understand the confusion about the fact this is part of a larger site that's been built up piecemeal over time, and fully understandably members want to see it all sorted, but you can't see it all sorted via this one application because it wouldn't be competent and it wouldn't be reasonable on this particular developer. Members, I think you can go two ways. You can either refuse the application or you can defer it if you're not minded to approve it as it stands here. But I think I would just caution you that a lot of the issues that you are raising about land ownership will never be able to sort through planning, albeit if we did come back perhaps with a more detailed report that made those issues clear about which are planning related and which aren't. That might give you a degree of clarity that perhaps you don't have today. Chair, I see Bernard wants to come in.
Thanks, Polly. Bernard?
Yes, it was just for Councillor Allison. I'll just draw your attention to, I know you were referring to condition 29, but there is condition 22, which is about before any development starts on site, submitting details for the approval of the council, which is to do with the upgrade of the road. And I was just wanting to make sure that you were aware of that condition, and I don't know if that maybe does some of the things, if not all of the ones that you were sort of wanting it to do, but I just wanted to draw that to your attention.
2020, Ralph?
Sorry, was that me you spoke to as well?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
No, Bernard, I was saying, but I just the overall conditions here, that are, as you've said, are similar to what has been used in the past, and they have not been effective in creating the situation or they have created the situation that we are now having to deal with in this area. Then basing on what Monica and Pauline has said, I think I have to go back the way to 2014 and put the condition in that was in at that time. If it was reasonable in 2014 when it was an exception to the policy, it surely is a good condition to have when we are within policy, and that is the road is brought up to an optimal standard.
Chair, E. McCallum here. Hello.
Sorry, yes, I was trying to bring you in there. Sorry.
So, listen, I think this is probably isn't relevant to planning, but you actually have to experience the road to actually understand the real challenges up there. And Councillor Allison and I have been spent an inordinate amount of time digging into the detail, the ownerships and the various other things. This is causing immense acrimony, not only among the community up there, but also among the people trying to build houses, which we're sympathetic about. So my instinct is to, and Councillor Allison and I do have a meeting with planning in early April. My instinct is that we should defer this particular item until such time as more clarity is achieved, and that we can take a step forward and we can regain the confidence of the community in that estate.
Thank you. Councillor Allison?
Yeah, it's beginning to look like that's the only route we have, because as I've continually said, the principle we cannot argue with here, but we cannot make the situation even worse. So if we can see if the meeting that the local councillors have with planning can bring a way forward or identify a way forward to rectify the problems here, I think that may be the only way forward. So, yeah, I would go with the deferral then.
Is there anyone otherwise minded for a deferral, or can we all agree on deferral?
Agree, Chair.
All agree to that?
Agreed. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The only alternative.
I noticed it's 12:20, so I think we should have a break. So if we come back at 12:50, would that be all right for everyone? Is that agreeable?
Half an hour. Is that half an hour, Chair?
Half an hour, yeah. Half an hour, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Start the recording before I continue. So yeah, if I can just take the sediment again, please, by roll call. Councillor Alec Allison.
Guilty.
Councillor John Anderson.
Here.
Councillor John Bradley.
Here.
Councillor Arch Buchanan.
Here.
Councillor Jackie Burns. Okay, Councillor Margaret Cowie.
Margaret's had to go. Stuart.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Peter Craig.
Here.
Councillor Maureen Devlin, just spoken, obviously. You're here. Councillor Mary Donnelly.
Here.
Councillor Isabel Dobbins present. With apologies from Councillors Fiona Driver, Lindsay Hamilton, Ian Harrow. Councillor Mark Horsham.
I'm here.
With apologies from Councillors Anne LeBlond, Martin Lennon and Joe Lowe. Councillor Ian McCallan.
Here.
Councillor David McLaughlin. Apologies from Councillor Nayland. Councillor Carol Nugent.
Here.
Apologies from Councillor John Ross. Councillor Graham Scott.
Here.
Apologies from Councillors David Shearer and Bert Thompson. Councillor Jim Mortar.
Here.
And I also understand that Councillor McClyman hasn't been able to rejoin the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Next one is item 15, and that's application P220056, and that's on pages 241 to 254. And I'll ask Tina to take us through the item. Thank you, Tina. Oh, sorry, John Mortar's got his hand up.
I'm jumping the gun a wee bit, sorry.
Forewarned.
Bouncer that way.
Thank you. This is a Section 42 application for a variation of Condition 8 of Planning Permission P21-1391, which would enable up to 15 houses to be occupied on the site prior to the agreed road upgrade, off-site road upgrade scheme being implemented in full. It's an application jointly from Bank on Homes and HJ Patterson for the site within East Overton Development Master Plan area in Straven. The site, which is known as Phases 3 and 4, extends to approximately 8.8 hectares and is part of the larger East Overton Master Plan site, which is overall 22.6 hectares. And this particular site, part of the site, is located on the northeast edge of Straven. The off-site roadworks to Berrybriggs Road are required. The carriageway widening of Berrybriggs Road to permit two-way flow along its entire length is a requirement by the development of the site. And Berrybriggs Road, if members are not aware, lies to the south of Glassford Road and is currently a steeply sloping and winding single-track road with passing places, which connects Glassford Road with Stonehouse Road, the A71. The developers, Bank on Homes, have proposed to vary the Condition 8 so that they could carry on with development and continue. They're on site at the moment, continue with development so that up to 15 further houses could be occupied while the agreed works upgrade to Berrybriggs Road is being implemented in full. The developer requested that through a Section 42 application. Detailed planning consent, members may recall, was sought back in December at the December Planning Committee for Phases 3 and 4, which entailed residential development of 105 houses, also a Muga pitch and recreational area, together with the landscaping and all of the associated infrastructure. And back at that time, it was approved subject to conditions, including Condition 8, which required that the implementation of the Berrybriggs Road upgrade was done prior to the commencement of these phases. On the back of this application, we have consulted both roads and economic development. Our roads colleagues have been involved in a number of meetings, as we have with Bank on Homes, and they've concluded that they would offer no objections subject to their conditions. They intimate that the proposed condition is clear that the construction of Berrybriggs Road would commence before any works on the housing development continued. The development has advised that they would anticipate that the road works would take approximately 26 weeks to complete and a road closure would be required. So they would continue to work on the site in terms of the house building concurrently with the road improvement. In respect of the road construction consent, the RCC, it's been submitted some weeks ago, and it's required prior to the works commencing on Berrybriggs Road. That would ensure that the council that would allow the developers to commence works once they have their RCC on the upgrade of the road. In terms of planning, in terms of economic development services, we've also consulted them, and they're supportive of the proposal, supportive that this house builder is employing significant numbers of people and boosting the South Lanarkshire economy. Failure to progress this application, they comment, and continue with further phases of development could cause building work to stall or cease, which would lead to a loss of local jobs and a detrimental impact on the supply chain. Turning to representations, we've received a high number of objections to the proposal. 166 letters of representation have been received, and the points are summarised in section 5 of the report. The main point really is the principle of development, or the principle of the proposal, and the objectors are largely saying that no further development should take place on the housing site until Berrybriggs Road is upgraded, which was the position back in December. However, the applicant has submitted their RCC to the Council's Roads and Transportation Services, and this is progressing towards imminent approval. I understand that that's close to being consented. It is considered that planning, permitting a limited degree of flexibility to permit the built programme to continue and to permit up to 15 houses would be acceptable and would allow the developer to build, it would allow continuity and ensure at the same time the job security of the personnel that are already on the site. It should be noted that Berrybriggs Road would be undertaken while it was being done. The road would be temporarily closed in any event. Just turning to as well on representations, just in response, we've also said that the RCC is progressing towards imminent approval, and the developers are committed to undertaking the required Berrybriggs Road upgrade in the works in their entirety. Considered that permitting a limited degree of flexibility, as I say, up to the 15 units, would allow them to continue from the phase that they're on at the moment. Turning to our assessment and conclusion, Bank on Homes has made an application to vary the condition. Bank on Homes are committed to delivering the Berrybriggs Roads improvements as well. In that respect, the applicant has submitted they've also submitted their roads construction consent, as I've mentioned, and its approval is imminent. It's anticipated that the works to complete Berrybriggs Road could take over 6 months, and while this is programmed for a spring start, a 6-week statutory notification may delay this. These timings would give the Berrybriggs Roads improvement works a project completion date of around September. And this is really the real reason why this is the crux of why the developers are back to see whether the condition can be varied. These timings would result in an over a 4-month void period where Bank on Homes would be unable to take any works on phase 3 while they were working on the road and the statutory legalities of that, and as the condition would not permit a site start in advance of the works to improve Berrybrigg Road. In real terms, this prevents the developer from having continuity to their site build development. Fundamentally, the developers would have a period of no work for their site staff at any one time, and they're up to 60 on site, resulting in layoffs. And this is of concern to the developer, and that's the discussions that we've had directly with the developer. In light of the advanced status of the RCC, which would be imminently be approved, the planning service considered that it would be prudent and sensible to permit a degree of flexibility to permit the built programme to continue. The same developer would be doing the off-site road improvements and continuing on site largely to put in services and provide for the next phase, but at the same time allowing no more than 15 houses to be occupied until the road widening scheme has been implemented in full. Although there's been a strong body of objection, which we do recognise, we feel that a strong body of objection to the relaxation of the condition and regular discussion with the developer, with Bancom Homes. We do think that this is the best opportunity to get Berrybriggs Berrybriggs Roads upgraded. This particular developer has shown more than willing to get the RCC in, and have worked with our roads colleagues, and it would allow the continuity of the site, and work on the site, not having to stop while the road improvements are ongoing. There's obviously implications for jobs, and the jobs that would be maintained on the site, and the economic development, economic downturn if development had to stop at this stage. So it's a compromise position, but from a planning and roads point of view, we're recommending approval of the revised wording.
Thank you, Gina. Councillor Wartaw?
Yeah, I'm quite surprised at the number of objections to this particular application, considering that Berrybriggs Road is not really going to have a lot of traffic generated by the development itself. However, there is another issue which would concern me, and that's the fact that there is a landlocked site within the development which is designated for council housing, which is badly needed in Straven. And that development of council housing depends on this development being completed. So the quicker it's completed, the quicker we'll get council houses in Straven that are badly needed. So anything that slows down the development, I would have concerns about.
Thanks, Councillor Wartaw. Councillor Scott?
Thank you, Chair.
Scott?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Again, some technical problems when I'm trying to get my mute button off. My apologies. I take on board what Councillor Wartaw has said. What is starting to concern me is, and I'm looking for clarification from planning officers and Monica, that if we, for want of a better phrase, refuse this or this request by the developer, I take it we revert to the November position of that there can be no construction of any further phrases until Berrybriggs Road is upgraded. Before I come in with a comment, it's just to get that clarified from either Tina or Monica, that if this gets knocked back, then we revert to, we don't stop the phasing, but we do stop or impede in some way the Berrybriggs Road, upgrading in terms of that.
Thank you. Monica?
Yes, through you, Chair. Yes, Councillor Scott, you're completely right. A refusal of this application means you'd revert back to the previous consent that was granted in December. What the committee's been asked to look at today is simply the conditions that the consent was granted subject to. So you can grant them subject to different conditions, or you can refuse the application and it reverts back to the previous consent with the previous conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can I have, thank you. Now that Monica said that, can I have my contribution? I mean, I can understand 164 objections. There's obviously been a breakdown in trust between some of the people in that area and the developers. And obviously they're looking for cast iron guarantees that they fear that at some point either the developer will walk away or there's not a cast iron commitment and that Berrabriggs Road will not be upgraded. I can understand that they see Berrabriggs Road as a prize here, not the development. And I take Jim Warhaw's point about social housing. But at the end of the day, sometimes we will have to look for assurances for people. Are the applicant legally, is there a contract in relation to a binding that they can't walk away from this at any stage? If Monica can answer that, and also in terms of any road bonds or that in relation to this, to commit the applicant for finishing off Berrabriggs Road. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Apologies, still muted. Through you, Chair. In terms of any private legal agreements or commercial agreements the developer may be involved with, we wouldn't be privy to that, unfortunately, Councillor Scott. However, Condition 9 does require, oh, sorry, not Condition 9, sorry. Condition 8 requires that no development can take place until a scheme is approved in writing by the planning authority for the improvement, and then no more than 15 dwelling houses shall be occupied until the agreed scheme has been implemented in full. Therefore, the condition obliges the developer to have constructed the improvements prior to constructing any more than 15 dwelling houses. And as I understand it, Roads have confirmed that they are happy with that proposed condition.
One final point, Chair, I'll just crave your indulgence. It says the allowance of 50, bottom of page 245, item B, the allowance of 15 further dwellings before upgrading Berrabriggs also indicates the purchase of the land adjacent to Berrabriggs is not finalised and might possibly never be finalised. Otherwise, these works would go ahead as originally planned. Response is understood that the purchase of the land transaction is in the process of being finalised. Would it not be wise to wait till the land transaction is wholly finalised before we move on to, the completion of Berrabriggs Road and the completion of the phasing?
I'll bring Pauline in at that point.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation, Councillor Scott, but often land transactions are subject to planning because that then gives all parties the comfort that the scheme can proceed. So on that basis, I mean, Monica can confirm, but that would be a usual or a fairly normal course of events to happen. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, I'll bring in Councillor Devlin.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of wee things that are annoying me. First, I suppose the previous item in the roads carry on still sitting very firmly in my mind. But the fact that this is just a new planning application, and why didn't they know all these technical issues in December when the planning permission was granted? That's number one. And secondly, in relation to what Pauline has just said about once planning applications go through, then that's where the transaction happens. They have the planning application. This isn't we're not asking to refuse. I find it hard to believe that they didn't know they already had all these technical problems beforehand. So it was a case of in December when it was granted, right, we've got plain sailing, and then we'll go back and we'll ask for a variation on it so that we can do this. I just, and again, because of the previous item, and I know you can't take on board every planning application is just judged on its merit, but it's still, you have to take some cognizance of it. And thanks. I was wondering if somebody can answer those questions.
Yeah.
Thank you. On you go, Tina.
Yeah, I was going to say through yourself, Chair. Bank on Homes are on site and have been for some time. However, you may remember in December at the committee, the wording was tightened slightly, just to make it absolutely clear. And the developer in that case didn't have advanced knowledge of that. It was similar to the condition that had previously been attached, though, I have to say. And I think just in terms of my own discussions with the developer, just securing the land, getting to allow the facilitation of the development has taken a bit longer than anticipated, and also it's allowed them to put in the RCC, and the drawings have gone back and forwards to our roads colleagues, just making some changes to that. But I might understand roads are now happy with the drawings that they have, so all of that has extended it slightly. If I can maybe, through you, Chair, just go back to a couple of things that Councillor Wardhaw raised, just to clarify, in terms of Councillor Wardhaw had asked about the usage of that road. Roads have acknowledged that, given changing circumstances, really just in terms of people working from home, and the downturn, there is a bit of a downturn in usage of that road, and they're not concerned about the number of dwellings that could be occupied, in terms of up to the additional 15. The other thing Councillor Wardhaw mentioned was the affordable housing site. We don't have a planning application as yet for that, but Bancon have been having discussions directly with our housing colleagues regarding that site to the west, and that site would be accessed through phases 3 and 4 through this site. So it is all relevant, but not for consideration for this particular planning application.
Thanks, Tina. Just before I bring you back in, Councillor Scott, I would like to say the road is still quite busy, and there's been 180 houses built there, so obviously there's a lot of people living in the area, and the road's supposed to be getting widened for the last 10 years. So I have to express my disappointment in that. But Councillor Scott, did you want to come back in?
Not just now, Chair. Maybe if you bring me back later, I may have an amendment to put to committee. But obviously, I'll let you finish the debate off first, Chair.
I don't see any other hands up, so if you want to go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry, Pauline's just put her hand up.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I think this is slightly unusual committee that the applicant has come back to amend the condition quite quickly. I mean, just speaking with my economic development hat on, which is a material planning consideration, as you know, what the developer wants to do is to construct the road, which they know they are obliged to do and they fully intend to do, hence having lodged the roads construction consent, which I believe is about to be approved any day. That is imminent. Fraser could maybe nod. He's nodding. But they also want to carry on building on site. They're on site now. They don't want to go off on site. It's a fairly small development company. It's a number of local jobs. So they want to build the road, which they know they are obliged to build. They're currently one house short of triggering the threshold for the road. So in fact, I mean, what's one house more or less, but they actually will be 14 houses over rather than 15 if they go ahead. I mean, and they really don't want to do that. They don't want to have to go off site and then come back again. And that might potentially put the development and the upgrading of the road in jeopardy. I mean, the condition that they've applied to vary says, as you can see, no, to enable up to 15 dwelling houses to be occupied. I think if members don't feel comfortable with that, the developer would probably accept the houses are built but not occupied. So in other words, they'd be able to go and build the road and the houses coterminously, but they would accept a condition from you that meant the houses couldn't be occupied until the road upgrade was done. And if members felt more comfortable with that, I think that's a compromise that the developer would live with if you're looking at a potential amendment committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Pauline. I don't see any other hands. Do you want to come back in now, Councillor Scott?
Thank you. As I say, my view was that I fully accept that the developers here will be fully committed and be very honourable in terms of fulfilling their obligations in relation to upgrading Bear Briggs Road. But given the fact that there's been 164 objections, I think we as members of this committee at this point, again, as my colleague Councillor Devlin said, this is only happening 4 months after the original December decision, which is an undue haste in terms of a variation on a condition that I'm quite happy to move to give comfort to the objectors in terms of their fear that Bear Briggs Road never gets upgraded. I'm happy to move a refusal, and obviously if I have a seconder, I have a seconder, and that we revert back to the December decision.
I'll second it, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
On the grounds that we revert to the December decision, if that's legally valid.
Yeah, thank you. Pauline?
I'm not entirely sure because I think councillors, I'm not sure if Councillor Scott heard what I said before about the potential chair to changing the condition from occupied to built but not occupied. Just to go back to the number of objections, Councillor Scott, you're quite right. There are a number of objections, but I think if you look at the objections, they are on the principle of the road not being upgraded. I'd just like to point out to the committee, for the reasons that I explained before about the economic development implications of the developer building the road and the housing coterminously while they're on site and have all their equipment and staff on site, that this is actually, I understand people's fears, but sorry, something happened there, but
hello?
Sorry, yeah, there's a bit of noise interference, I think, I'm not sure. Anyway, I would like to, just to make it clear to the objectors, I think they were concerned about the principle of the road not being upgraded because, there are issues about the road. I would like to say to the committee that in my view, in the view of the planning officers, this is the best opportunity to build the road. And if the developers go off-site and take their personnel off-site, there is a strong chance that not only will the houses not be built, and as I say, that we could amend the condition to say built but not occupied if it was the occupation issue that was concerning members, because obviously if the houses are not occupied there's no additional traffic, but I'm fearful that if this isn't passed then the road will in fact never be upgraded because there's a risk that the developer will go off site, may not come back, or it may be several years before another developer comes forward. So obviously, it's a matter for members, but just important that we point out all the issues to you so you can make an informed decision. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, given what Pauline has just said, that means that we will need to put in an amendment. And I think an amendment, Pauline, would be that we grant permission as is, but with the condition that nobody occupies the houses until the roads are upgraded. Is that what we need to do?
Yeah, so the amendment would be, at the moment it says for up to 15 dwelling houses, to no more than 15 dwellings to be occupied. If that could be amended, committee, to constructed but not occupied. And that way you've got the houses, but if they're not occupied, there's no additional traffic. And if that would be a workable compromise that you could accept. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I'm willing to put that forward as an amendment.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Bradley?
I'm happy
Chair,
to
I'll second.
Happy to second.
Excellent.
Okay, Stuart, I think we'll need to have a vote.
Yeah, I'm just, can I just clarify if anybody's actually minded to approve the report as is, or? Obviously, we're talking about potentially just amending the condition.
And Councillor Scott's proposed that we refuse.
Yeah. So what I could do is I can take the motion as the report being approved with the condition amended. So that's been proposed by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Bradley. So can I just clarify, Councillor Scott, it's refused variation of condition on the grounds of giving comfort to the objectors?
Yes, and also reverting to the, you can even take the comfort, just reverting to the original December decision.
Yeah, well, I think that's implied. If you refuse this report, then it automatically reverts, understand?
Okay, right, okay, comfort to the objectors, and also, as you say, reverting to the original decision in December 2021.
Okay, so the motion is that permission be granted subject to the condition being amended so that the units, are constructed but not occupied. That's been proposed by Councillor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Bradley, and the amendment is to refuse variation of the condition on the grounds of giving comfort to the objectors, which has been moved by Councillor Scott and seconded by Councillor Devlin. So if we can take the vote.
Can I just say, Stuart, that the houses are to be occupied until the road is built? I don't want them never to be unoccupied.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that is already in the current condition, but I've noted that. Thank you. So
Monica wants to come in. Sorry, Stuart. Monica wants to come in.
Yes, through you, Chair. Stuart, it was just if this, perhaps I could read out an amended condition to see whether that's acceptable and that can be minuted.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So as proposed, as I understand it, condition 8 would now read, no development shall take place on the site until a scheme approved in writing by the planning authority for the carriageway widening of Berrybiggs Road to permit two-way flow along its entire length has commenced. No more than 15 dwelling houses shall be constructed and no dwelling houses shall be occupied until the agreed scheme has been implemented in full or unless otherwise agreed in writing with the planning authority.
No, I don't think we're saying they should be constructed. We just say we're saying they should be constructed but not occupied.
But no more than 15 in total should be constructed.
Yep.
Yeah. And then it goes on to say that they shan't be, none of them shall be occupied until the road is constructed.
Thanks, Monica.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you can please indicate your voting preference, Councillor Alec Allison. You're on mute, Councillor Allison.
Yeah, sorry, too many microphones. Motion.
Councillor John Anderson.
Motion.
Councillor John Bradley.
Motion.
Councillor Arch Buchanan.
Motion.
Councillor Peter Craig.
Motion.
Councillor Maureen Devlin.
Amendment.
Councillor Mary Donnelly.
Motion.
Councillor Isabel Dorman.
Motion.
Councillor Mark Horsham.
Motion.
Councillor Ian McCallum.
Motion.
Councillor Carol Nugent.
Motion.
Councillor Graham Scott.
Amendment. Chair.
Councillor Jim Mortaugh.
Motion.
Okay, 2 members voted in favour of the amendment and 11 members voted in favour of the motion. I therefore declare the motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Item 16 is application P21-1476, and that's on pages 265 to 278. I'll ask Bernard to take us through the item. Thank you, Bernard.
Thank you, Chair. Planning permission is sought for the erection of a single detached dwelling house on land associated with the former Gilfoot Nursery horticultural business, which is located in Waygate Shaw Road, Crisford. The application site comprises part of the lower section of the original horticulture business, with the proposed dwelling partially sitting on the footprint of the remaining sections of glasshouse in the southwest section of the commercial site. The remainder of this glasshouse was removed, and the area is currently being utilised as a site compound for the construction of a previously approved development of 3 dwellings to the northeast of the site. A single detached dwelling is proposed similar to what has been approved and constructed on other parts of the former business site. The house would primarily be single-storey, although there would be 2 bedrooms on the upper level. The property would be provided with in-curtilage parking along with an integral garage. Planning permission was previously granted for the erection of 3 detached houses of a similar style on the former business site, and at the time of the site visit by the case officer, the development was ongoing. When the site was visited by the case officer, the development was ongoing and close to completion. No objections have been raised from consultees subject to the use of appropriate conditions, and these comments are summarised in section 4 of the report. There have been 10 representations submitted in relation to the application, which are detailed in section 5 of the report. The main issues raised are that there is no justification for the development. It's not a previously developed site. It would be detrimental to the existing infrastructure in the area, and it may encourage more development in the area, and that it is simply not appropriate at this location. Development which does not require to be located within the greenbelt or rural area will be expected to be accommodated within settlements, other than in certain circumstances. These include where the proposal involves the redevelopment of previously developed land containing buildings. Part of the application site is occupied by the remains of the former commercial glasshouse, with approximately 40% of the new dwelling being located on its footprint. The remainder of the plot, which will form the garden of the new dwelling, is currently a mixture of a building site compound and open rough ground in the area of the previously cleared glasshouses on the site. It's therefore considered that the proposal can be justified in this instance. Further details, such as a detailed landscaping plan and drainage arrangements, would be the subject of further submissions and approval under conditions, should consent be granted. The proposal to erect a single dwelling at this location is not considered to adversely affect the local community, while the inclusion of landscaping conditions in any planning consent would ensure that an appropriate level of screening and visual enhancement which would benefit the rural character of the area. No issues have been raised by consultees that cannot be addressed through the use of appropriate planning conditions. In this case, a limited development of a single dwelling will meet the specific requirements of the adopted planning policies, and therefore can be accommodated on the site of the existing glasshouse and the associated commercial land without any significant detriment to the character of the area or the qualities of the greenbelt. It's therefore recommended that planning permission be granted, subject to conditions. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Bernard. Any questions for Bernard? I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Thank you. Agenda item 17, that's Land at Law Place, East Kilbride, preparation of supporting planning guidance and development brief. And that's on pages 279 to 300. And the last Tony to take us through the item. Thank you, Tony.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So members will recall at the Planning Committee on the 5th of October last year, a report advising that the Council had received notice of an appeal lodged at the Court of Session by Law Place, East Kilbride Limited, against the adoption of the South Lanarkshire Local Development Plan 2. Now, the challenge related to the designation of part of the former Rolls-Royce site in East Kilbride in the adopted plan as a core industrial and business area. And the reason for the appeal was that the grounds that the relevant parts of the Act had not been complied with. We advised members at that point that following consultation with legal counsel, the view had been taken for the council to concede the appeal, and this resulted in a joint minute being agreed with the landowners to quash that part of the plan. So the effect of that outcome is that there's now a hole, if you like, in the proposals map in relation to the site, and under current legislation, an amendment cannot be made to an LDP without the whole plan being reviewed. So to address that, the committee were asked to approve draft supporting planning guidance and a development brief to establish the council's position in terms of spatial planning policy for the site, and namely to identify the site as suitable for industrial and business development. Committee agreed with that recommendation, and also for a 6-week consultation exercise to be carried out. So the purpose of this report is to update members of the outcome of the consultation and agree the next steps. So consultation was carried out between the 20th of October and the 3rd of December 2021, and that resulted in 16 letters of representation being received. One of these was submitted on behalf of the current landowners. A further 14 were received from residents in the adjoining housing development, and comments were also received from Scottish Water, and the points raised are summarised in section 4 of the report. Just to pick up on some of those things, the landowners are seeking the SPG to be amended to include residential development as a preferred land use on the grounds that the site is an urban brownfield infill site where residential development should be supported. They've submitted noise impact assessment, which includes measures to mitigate noise potentially from an existing 24-hour business to the south of the site. And they've also contended that an appropriate access from Law Place to Deselly development is achievable. So in response to that, the report to the Planning Committee in October and the SPG set out in clear terms the reasons why housing would not be acceptable on the site and why industrial and business use was the preferred land use. This position has not changed, and the reasons for this are summarised in the report. Also, the landowners failed to address any of the reasons for that stance, including demonstrating that there's sufficient industrial land in East Kilbride as a whole, in the council area as a whole, and in East Kilbride in particular, or indeed that there's a shortfall in housing land supply in the same context. The noise impact assessment, it does conclude that the site is indeed subject to noise, which generates a high risk of an adverse effect upon future residents. And you can expect up to complaints from up to 50% of future residents from the site in terms of noise. To mitigate this, the noise impact assessment suggests a 4-storey block in that area with no amenity space between it and the adjoining business. In fact, an indicative plan shows car parking in that area, and no habitable rooms on the elevations facing the business. In addition, a glazing and ventilation strategy would be required to prevent the need for windows to be opened for comfort cooling. So in planning terms, the mitigation proposals would result in no dedicated enclosed amenity space for the residents in that block that's been referred to. The visual impact of a large block of this scale is also likely to be significant and not enhance the character of the area. So in effect, the block would act as a barrier to noise to the rest of the development, a solution that's not considered appropriate. And in view of this, it's not considered that residential development could be achieved without impacting significantly on a wide number of future residents. In terms of access, the preference of the road service is for it to be via Leesburn Place and not Law Place. In the event this cannot be achieved, then the developer would have to show that access from Law Place could satisfy a number of constraints in relation to sight lines and junction spacing, and also take account of the differences in ground levels between the site and Law Place. So these matters were detailed in the draft development brief, and that also advises that a transport assessment would be required. But unfortunately, the landowner hasn't addressed those issues, hasn't submitted a transport assessment, and therefore we can conclude that their proposals wouldn't have an adverse impact on road safety. As I said, 14 representations have been received from residents in the new housing to the east of the site. Their concerns relate largely to the potential impact on their property due to noise from businesses, road safety and overshadowing. So in response, the wider area is characterised by employment use within the Nesson Industrial Estate, which was established long before the new housing. Retail warehouses in the area were also in operation before the new housing as well. In addition, noise attenuation between the new housing and the site has already been provided in the form of a bund and fencing. In addition, any future planning application for employment use on the site would have to be accompanied by a further noise impact assessment to determine whether further noise mitigation was required to address the specific characteristics of the end users of the proposal. So the SPG makes clear as well that a transport assessment is required to be submitted with any future planning application. This will assess the effect of the proposals on the local road network. It's likely that a residential development of this size would result in significant additional traffic generation for the surrounding area. So overall, it's not considered that any of the representations received justify changing the preferred development of the land for employment use, nor adding residential to it. The approved master plan for the former Rolls-Royce site shows it as being development for employment use as well. So that's part of the planning history to the site. The site is separated, as I said, from the new housing by a bund and acoustic fencing, which will protect residents from proposed and existing employment uses. Land on three remaining sides of the site, it's commercial in nature. It forms part of the wider industrial estate, also designated as a core industrial and business area. So the development of the site for employment use would therefore be in keeping with the character of the area. So just coming to the conclusion then, so following approval of the master plan back in 2016, the site has been included in the Council's industrial land supply since 2018. Demand remains for larger sites in East Kilbride to be identified for employment use, especially as we come out of try to drive for the economic recovery following the pandemic. In terms of housing on the site, a minimum 5-year effective housing land supply is still available through the lifetime of the adopted plan, and there's no need to identify additional land for housing. The planning permission for the wider Rolls-Royce site is subject to a condition that limits the number of housing units that could be developed there to 354. And this was in recognition of the impact additional units would have on the local road network. So additional units would inevitably have an impact on the road's character. So it's therefore recommended that the original principles of the supporting planning guidance and the development brief attached in Appendix 1 are appropriate, and that the identification of the site for industrial and business purposes remains unchanged. In particular, housing development is not appropriate. A number of minor updates have been made to the proposed documents to reflect responses received from the public consultation, and also the changes to national and local plan policy since the draft documents were published. So if members agree with the recommendation, it's intended that following the making of drafting and technical changes, they will be published on the Council's website, and thereafter, there will be a material consideration for any planning applications for the site.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Chair. I noticed from the last vote, I've never known a vote as low as 13 members in all my time in planning. So I really am down to the hardcore planning people at this time after 3 and a bit hours. So we really are down to the hardcore. I've got to make some comment on this for a couple of different reasons, and I have 2 arguments, Chair. The first argument is a democratic argument. Then I have a planning argument. What this report is saying that they initiated, obviously the mistake was back in 2018, and we've now moved on 3.5 to 4 years from the original decision and the error that was made by planning officers in terms of the designation of that land and it being left off the original local development plan. The problem now is that having initiated a consultation exercise and 16 people, and obviously I'll take out the the developer, and 14 people who live now in that estate that weren't there 3.5 years ago. These houses weren't built. That 14 people from that estate have said that they do not want industrial, they want housing. What this report is saying is, we've had a consultation process. You're all for housing and against industrial, but you're going to get industrial anyway. That's what this is saying. And my problem is, and I was speaking to the local member, Councillor McAdams, who said that she had I think it was a Zoom meeting with 50 people from that estate. Okay, we'll assume that 14 of the 30 were the 14 who went in the consultation process, voted for housing and took part in the consultation process. By my calculation, that would leave 36 people who, one, had little knowledge of the consultation process, but are vehemently against industrial usage on that site. So the opposition is certainly in that area, what I would call the old Rolls-Royce site, the Nearston estate, is not for having industrial usage on that land. They are quite happy to have housing. I accept that the word industrial can have many connotations and many potential usages, but they're seeing it that they do not want industrial on that land. Now, I'll move on to so in many ways it's a slight perversion of having a consultation exercise where we accept the people can have a say, but it doesn't matter what say they have. And in this case, it's 100% of the people who live there are against industrial on that site, but you're going to get it zoned for industrial. I find that, and I couldn't support that on any way. Now let's move on to the planning arguments. I mean, I know what Tony gave a good report, and I've spoken to Pauline about this. I accept what planning are doing is to try to put the world back where it was in 2018 when the original era was made. But I think we've moved on from there. The very fact that had you held that consultation exercise in 2018, there'd have been no one to object or even may have an opinion, because the houses there that the people from the consultation exercise now have given their opinion would not have been built. We have moved on. My own view would be that sometimes in life you've got to accept that mistakes have been made and live with the consequences of them. My view would be that, and I think, again, Monica or Pauline can come in, that if we don't agree to this, that site will just become undesignated. My view would be that that's actually probably a reasonable set of affairs, because it means that we're leaving it to the next planning. We're also leaving it to what planning is here to do, adjudicate on applications. If an industrial application comes in, our great planning officers will adjudicate on it and give a report. Just as if a housing application comes in, then it will be looked at on the basis of all the information that the applicant puts in. And by the way, any application for housing on that site, I take it, would have to have 25% social housing threshold in it. So in a town of East Kilbride where we have a 6,500 in the housing waiting list, that would be the option of another 25% of, I think Tony said 350, 25% of 350 would be social housing. So, and I accept that there's a social benefit and there'll be a community benefit attached to that as well. Of course, having said that, if there's an industrial, the jobs would be a community benefit on that site. But again, I'm interested that my view would be that we accept what had happened in 2018, that we leave that site as undesignated, we let the planning system deal with it, and that we give our respect and accept the opinions of the people who took part in the consultation exercise. And I'm sure all the others who live down there who do not want industrial, that we can't have, that they do not want industrial zoned at that location, and that we honour what their opinion is. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Councillor Scott. Pauline?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple of points. Councillor Scott, I can't really agree with you that it's a democratic sample of the residents in the houses when we only had 14 out of 354 residents actually writing in objecting to the development brief and I mean, it's employment land. It's not. Industrial would be one designation, but it could be anything from high-tech manufacturing up to industrial. But it's employment land, and East Kilbride needs employment land as much as it needs housing in order to not become a dormitory town. Of the 14 people that wrote in support of housing on the site, at least one of the people wrote in and said, I support housing, but I definitely do not support social housing on the site. And I actually take exception with that because I'm extremely proud of this planning authority's record in getting 25% affordable housing on almost every site over 20 units. So that's a bit of an issue for me. I think you're quite right, Monica maybe can come in. If the members today are not minded to approve the development brief, then the allocation of the site would revert to a hole in the plan. You're quite right. But again, with my economic development hat on, and the planning officers have held up their hands. They've admitted the error. You're quite right, Councillor Scott. This is the best and most expedient way, agreed by the committee at a previous meeting, of trying to right that wrong. But with my economic development hat on, I think it's really, really important, given the huge amount of housing that has been approved in East Kilbride over recent years, and there were 2 detailed applications for housing before you today to approve. It's really, really important that we have the balance between housing land and employment land to create sustainable communities. And so the East Kilbride, our most important, members, our largest town, not our most important, sorry, I didn't really say that, our largest town, a major manufacturing centre, is able... I know.
Thank you.
Bear in mind, I'm trying to please you all. But our largest town, an important manufacturing centre, retains employment land and doesn't become a dormitory town moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Pauline. Councillor Scott, you want to come back in?
Yes, just briefly, as I say, there are arguments on all sides, but as I say, at the end of the day, my view is a democratic argument. By the way, just one wee point is that apparently the council, some of the ballots on participatory budgeting are down at levels as low as what you are saying from that estate. So, I mean, it's not the fact that low turnouts is disqualifying any. They're doing participatory budgeting on very, very low turnouts. So, I mean, what's sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. But I'm certainly happy to. I mean, I don't know if there's any members left even to second me. I don't know that we're down to the bare bones, I suppose. But I'm certainly prepared to move that site be left as undesignated in the local plan. As I say, I don't know who's left to second me, but I think it's an important point of principle that you can't have a consultation process, even if it was just one person who said no. And again, I take the point about the social housing, but that's obviously 1 out of 14. That's not representative. And certainly that's not my personal view or in fact anybody else's view on this committee. My view would be that I'm prepared to move that we leave that item, that area in the zone as undesignated, if that's competent, and Monica will tell me if it's competent or not.
Thank you. Monica's just got to come in.
Yes, thank you, Chair, through you. Yes, it was just really to confirm the position that unfortunately currently with planning legislation there is no way to amend a plan, a local plan, other than going through the local plan process. Consequently, because of the Court of Session challenge, we do have a blank space in the plan, and that will remain that way if the today's non-statutory planning guidance is approved. Then that provides guidance to people who are looking to develop in that area of what the planning authority's view is. But but the whole would still does remain. It's just informative guidance really for applications, and that was just really to confirm that position. Thank you, Chair. And also, sorry to say that Councillor Scott's motion would then be competent, and it would just mean there would be no guidance for any future developers.
Thank you. Councillor Allison, you want to come in?
So, in practical terms then, Monica, what is the difference in the two motions? If it's only, what was it you called it? Well, it was even less than guidance, you said, what we've got here. If it's not policy, when we are looking at an application there on the site, no matter what it is, it's not against policy. And therefore, whether it's just left as a black hole or with this seems to be almost be irrelevant. Which way we take it? Is that not?
Yes, through you, Chair. It would be a material consideration. It would be non-statutory planning guidance, which would then be material consideration in the determination of applications. So it would have relevance to future applications.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Scott, you want to come back in?
See, having moved my motion, and hopefully if there's a seconder still left. I know we've had a very long day and a very tiring day. I'm prepared to just, if no one else is coming in on a debate, I'm happy to move that the land be left undesignated and say hopefully there's a seconder left for me. Thank you so much.
I'll second it, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I would just like to move the report.
I'll second that, Chair.
Thank you.
I take it we move to a vote now, Chair. Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so the motion moved by Councillors Dorman and Horstrom is that the report be approved. We have an amendment that approval of the support and planning guidance be refused and the land at Law Place be left undesignated in the local development plan. Proposed by Councillor Scott and seconded by Councillor Devlin.
And can I just add one word in line with the consultation exercise? So the consultation exercise says that they don't want industrial on that one, which is the original report. Just for minute purposes.
Okay, noted. So again, if we can, you can indicate your voting preference. Councillor Alec Allison.
Decisions. Motion.
Councillor John Anderson.
Amendment.
Councillor John Bradley. I think Councillor John Bradley might have left the meeting. Councillor Buchanan, I believe, has also left the meeting. Councillor Peter Craig, I believe, has...
No,
Councillor Craig?
Motion.
Sorry, Councillor Craig, motion. Thank you. Councillor Maureen Devlin.
Amendment.
Councillor Mary Donnelly.
Motion.
Councillor Dorman.
Motion.
Councillor Horsham.
Motion.
Councillor McCallan.
Motion.
Councillor Nugent.
Motion.
Councillor Scott.
Amendment.
Councillor Water.
Motion.
Okay, 3 members have voted in favour of the amendment and 8 members have voted in favour of the motion. I therefore declare the motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. Item 18 is fees for planning applications update, and that's on pages 301 to 306, and that's another one for Tony. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. The purpose of this report is to inform committee of changes to fees for plan applications. And that follows the publication of regulations last month, and also to seek approval for the recommendations in relation to a number of matters that are set out in paragraph 5.3 of the report. So by way of background, reform of the planning system is based on the premise that it's central to support the objective of creating a more successful country with opportunities for all to flourish through increased well-being and sustainable and inclusive economic growth. So new legislation puts in place a range of new statutory duties and measures to make it more efficient. Resourcing of the planning system has been a key issue since the economic downturn in the late 2000s. And this led to the government increasing the maximum fees for a planning application to £125,000 in 2017. However, figures from 2019 indicate that planning application fees still account on average for only 63% of the cost of determining an application. In addition, the Council's planning service is also responsible for other statutory duties that don't attract fees, and these include the preparation of the local development plan, the new duties of preparing the open space strategy and the place efficiency assessment, and also the planning enforcement function. And it also does include all the general inquiries and other matters that planning officers deal with on a day-to-day basis. The Royal Italian Planning Institute estimated that the additional burdens placed on the planning system by the 2019 Planning Act has resulted in 49 new requirements for planning authorities. And this in turn is estimated to result in up to £59 million worth of additional demand on the planning service across the country, which has not been funded by the Scottish Government. The next report in the agenda summaриses the contents of the draft National Planning Framework 4, which, when approved, will form national planning policy and be part of the development plan. I think it's fair to conclude that the assessment of plan applications and the preparation of plans and strategies will become more complex in the future. So in response to this, the Scottish Government recently published revised regulations for planning fees, which will take effect on the 1st of April, on Friday. The outcome of this is summarised in section 4 of the report. Work's being carried out to apply the new fee regime to the more common types of application the Council receives. We've done that over the last 3 years. And this concludes that fee income would have increased by 26.7% if the new charges had been applied during this period. And this equates roughly to an additional fee income of £450,000 each year. As well as application fees, the regulations also will bring forward other changes, and these are described in the report. Firstly, the new regulations permit planning authorities to charge discretionary fees in 3 different instances. So where a request is made to the Council to vary a planning permission, commonly known as a non-material variation, a fee of £200 for each request may be charged. In addition, considering a request for compliance with a condition imposed on a grant of planning permission can attract a fee of £100 for each condition. Now, discharging conditions can be complex, involving significant officer time, and it often involves consultation with other services and external organisations. So it's therefore considered that this charge should be introduced. In both cases, a start date of the 1st of May is considered appropriate, and that's to allow information to be published in advance for customers and developers, and also for the processing systems to be updated to allow the charging of fees to become part of the decision-making process. The third element of discretionary charging is where we can now impose a charge for carrying out pre-application discussions. However, the regulations say that before doing so, we have to publish information setting out the services for which a fee is to be charged, how fees are to be calculated, and under what circumstances the charge may be waived or reduced. Charging for pre-application discussions is considered appropriate, and the planning service will seek to introduce this in the near future. A further report will be presented to a future meeting with the planning committee setting out how it's intended this charge will be introduced. The regulations also allow the planning authority to waive or reduce a planning application fee where the primary purpose of the application is either to contribute to a not-for-profit enterprise or a social enterprise, or where it's likely to contribute to improving the health of residents of the area in which the application relates. But before doing that, the regulations say that a charter setting out the circumstances in which the waiving or reduction fees will be considered must be published. So we're going to carry out further research into this matter, and therefore it's intended to submit a further report on this to a future meeting of the Planning Committee. Finally, planning authorities are now able to apply a surcharge on retrospective applications. You might remember there was a consultation in 2019 on this. We brought it to committee, and at that point the suggestion was that this would result in a doubling of the normal application fee. And this was supported by the council in its response. However, the new regulation stated the surcharge should be no more than 25% of the level of fee that normally would apply. This is quite disappointing, and I'm sure it's disappointing to the members. It's unlikely to be a strong deterrent for those willfully carrying out unauthorised development. The regulations require a planning authority to publish information on how that surcharge is to be calculated and under what circumstances a surcharge may be imposed. So in addition, it's only to apply from the 1st of October onwards. So as a result, it's intended to bring yet a further report to the future meeting of the Planning Committee with an update on this matter in time for the approved details to be implemented by that date. So bringing all this together, the recommendation is therefore for members to agree to the approach set out in paragraph 5.3 of the report as I just described, and while noting further reports on some of these matters will be brought to committee in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tony. Councillor Devlin.
Hi, thanks, Chair. Listen, it's just so glad now to see these fees coming in, because this is something we've been banging on about for years and years. So I have to say, I'm sure planning will be quite pleased with it as well, but it is good to see most of the things all in here. Thanks very much, and thanks for the report, Tony.
Thank you, Councillor Alison.
Yeah, very much. In agreement with that. A couple of issues that I maybe just like to keep an eye on. The retrospective bits, Tony, for willful applicants who are trying to, who've got retrospective claims, quite right. I would like to see how you going to look at the ability to impose, because there may be times when it might not be appropriate to in a retrospective charge genuine mistake or something very small and local. I'm looking forward to hear how you when you come back with a report how that's going to be dealt with. The other one is pre-app talks. I mean, when we brought these in, this was supposed to reduce the workload of planning department. And I think one of the things maybe we could consider here is if we're putting a charge in for the pre-app talks, if the application then comes forward, could that be deducted from the application charge so that we are still being able to invoice those who have come in a fishing exercise, if you like, but we're not being detrimental to those who were genuinely trying to make sure they're putting together an application that would be successful and not creating extra. Just a couple of thoughts. That was all it was. Cheers.
Thank you. Do you want to come back in that, Tony?
No, just thanks, Councillor Alison, for those points. And both points we'll take into account as we develop our thoughts on these two matters. Definitely, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much. I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree report.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. And our final item is item 19, and that's the Scottish Government consultations. That's National Planning Framework 4, Local Development Plan Regulations and Guidance, Open Space Strategies and Play Sufficiency Assessment Regulations. There's another one for Tony, and that's in pages 301 to 336. Sorry, just done that one. Page 309 to 362. Sorry about that. Tony.
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose of the report is to advise the committee on the three consultations on the matters you've just outlined, Chair, and also to seek approval for the responses to the consultations that we've set out in appendices 2 to 4 of the report. So I'll say again that the Planning 2019 Act places the planning system at the very centre of supporting the government's national programme. There's also a range of new legislation being put in place to achieve those aims. The government are currently carrying out consultation on 3 key areas that will inform delivery of their ambitions through the planning system. And we summarise the background to each of those in section 3 of the report, while sections 4 to 6 of the report describe what is proposed in each of the documents. I'm not going to go into each of them, you'll be pleased to hear, in any great detail, but it's quite evident that the way in which officers and elected members make decisions in the future on plan applications and the way in which the LDP will be prepared in its scope and content, that's going to change drastically going forward. I'll just say a wee bit about the National Planning Framework 4, because that's when it's approved. It's going to represent the government's national planning policy, but it'll also have an enhanced status as part of the development plan alongside the Council's local development plan. So all planning decisions, whether it's the preparation of the LDP or it's the determination of applications, including those of the Country Committee, will have to accord with National Planning Framework 4. The Act defines the 6 key outcomes of NPF that it's required to achieve. They're listed in the report. It's about improving the health and well-being of people, increasing the population of rural areas, meeting housing needs, improving equality and eliminating discrimination, meeting targets for emissions of greenhouse gases, and also securing positive benefits for biodiversity. So quite encompassing and some fairly new issues for planning to tackle. So members will also note the wide range of topics the government proposes to include in NPF 4, including planning policies. So some of those, as I said, are new to planning, such as community wealth building and health and well-being, while others, such as tackling the climate emergency and the nature crisis, are given much more prominence and direction than previously. In addition, there's an emphasis on placemaking. It's especially about the creation of 20-minute neighbourhoods, and also, importantly, the role of local communities in shaping their places. And that's a quite clear goal of the new legislation. So the deadline for submitting responses to all 3 consultations is the 31st of March, Thursday. So in order to inform this, we've been engaging with colleagues in other services to explain the proposed changes to the planning system, and also seeking feedback on how they could affect their service delivery themselves. And their comments are being incorporated into the draft responses as well. So in very general terms, I think it's fair to say that the clarity and the radical approach by the government across this new legislation is welcome. The direction of the draft NPF 4 reflects many of the emerging themes and priorities already identified at the national level, as I said, and it establishes a framework on how the planning system will deliver the government's aspirations. So tackling climate change, supporting sustainability is weaved throughout the document, which reflects that sustainable development must be the foundation of any future proposals. Topics that the planning systems have previously been asked to address and given prominence, and these are clearly established as critical in terms of creating a just society and also tackling long-standing inequalities and challenges. The emphasis on placemaking, the creation of 20-minute neighbourhoods, and the role local people have in shaping their places are welcomed as well. We do think, though, that there are shortcomings in each of the proposed documents, and these have been highlighted in our proposed responses. I think it's fair to say that these comments that we've highlighted, in turn, are also reflected in the views of COSLA and the heads of Planning Scotland, and also our colleagues at Clyde Plan as well. So, just rounding this off, the success of these radical changes will rely on investment from the Scottish Government. That's to ensure that, first of all, that appropriate infrastructure is provided, as well as resourcing the planning authorities in terms of both officer capacity and numbers, but also the skills that are required to meet these new challenges. So overall, then, it's recommended that the 3 responses in the appendices are agreed by members and that they be submitted to the Scottish Government. Going forward, the timetable published by the government suggests NPF 4 will be approved by the Scottish Parliament before the summer recess in June. That does seem ambitious, I have to say, and it's more likely this will happen after Parliament returns after the summer. The regulations on the LDPs and the open space strategies are set to be approved by the end of 2022, which will allow work on those documents to start. I think, and finally, Further reports will be presented to the Planning Committee in due course once the outcome of this consultation and the approval process is known. And so I'll pass back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Johnny. Councillor Wardrow?
Just a couple of comments. Question 2, the 20-minute neighbourhood, it's a bit woolly, like a lot of the questions, but I'm assuming 20 minutes is a mile at normal walking pace. I'd also like to comment on the Council's response to number 34, question 34. I'm pleased that we put in a response that would extend developer contributions to major assets of the Council, like country parks, the James Heritage, the Loch, Lanark Loch, because these big centres are vital to the whole community, and this is a way of raising capital money for things which otherwise just don't appear in the capital budget. And I'm quite pleased with that response, that the Council has recognised that.
Okay, thank you. You want to come back in that, Tony?
Yeah, just in terms of the 20-minute neighbourhoods, yes, it is quite woolly. I think we've said in our response we'd like a little more clarity and definition of what it actually means. But essentially, it's making sure that everybody has access to the main services that they require within a 20-minute walk of the house, or wheel or cycle. So that's the broad parameters of that. In terms of development contributions, the government is currently reviewing this whole idea and this whole process, and that will probably come out of that process in the next year or so, I would imagine. So we'll report back to committee once we have something back from the government on that as well.
Thanks, Tony. Councillor Allison?
Having a wee bit laugh to start with about the 20-minute local community, that doesn't even take me to my neighbour. In general, looking through this, it's very complex, Tony, but what I was pleased to see but also concerns me was starting at Q5, the spatial strategy, where you highlight, first of all, saying is vague what they mean by rural, and also continues through a number of other questions. You're highlighting that, to put it bluntly, the rural area is not really considered. It seems to be an add-on, and with all due respect, I think I would have liked to have seen that said bluntly, so that they're not paraphrasing it in any way. When you go further on, you're then looking at question 49, again, the rural area, where you're saying it could happen that there's inappropriate development. Well, in whose eyes? I think there's been a lot of inappropriate rejections in the current situation. So I would like to have seen that reworded to take account of both sides of the argument, rather than simply, again, suggesting that development shouldn't happen in the rural area. Question 30, sorry, going back the way, infrastructure first. If that means that the infrastructure has to be put there before we try and build 36 houses up a private road, then it's certainly going to get my support. Question 35, flooding, that suggests that you're only shifting where the flooding is, you're not preventing. Putting flood barriers up helps one community, it doesn't help all communities. And I think a more generic look at water management, I think would be required. But I'm nitpicking to a certain extent there, but no, it's a very full, good and in-depth response, Tony. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Donnelly?
Yeah, echo Alex's sentiments. I think it is an excellent paper going forward, and things that we can all work on. But I've got a question in the 20-minute neighbourhoods. I mean, in my area, we've got Hill House and we've got Burnbank. And one of the things that's been brought to my attention is, particularly in Hill House, people don't know the shops that are all round about in Hill House, and they have looked at signage, and the companies were willing to pay for it, but got knocked back by planning. But I think when we're talking about the 20-minute neighbourhoods, signage is very, very important for people to know what is there. Because if you go, it's all right if you're in the main road, but if you go round the corner onto a side street, you don't see the shops. And they're not always at the eye, close to the eye. So I think signage would be good going forward on this paper as well for the 20-minute neighbourhoods. And that lets people know that we're highlighting that and we're putting that quite high up the agenda, that we think this is crucial going forward because you've got the cost of living coming down the track and cost to people having to go to the shops in the town centres, and the local areas didn't get the returns that they should have got. And I think this is a golden opportunity to us to rectify that wrong and let these communities thrive. So I would be looking at signage here as well.
Okay, thank you. Do I see any other hands? So I'll move the report.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you. Agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay, thank you. Well, I don't have any urgent business.
Well done,
You make me
finished
quite pleased to hear. So this is going to be my final planning committee. Oh, sorry, Pauline's got her hand up. Sorry, Pauline.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't want to steal your thunder, as you were just about to say to the committee that this was your last committee. So just wanted to take the opportunity as Head of Planning to thank you for your chairmanship and also for your support to myself and my planning officers over recent years. So thank you very much and to wish you all the very best for the exciting things you're going to do in the future. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Pauline. You did steal my thunder. That was about to thank Councillor Mark Horsham. Thank you very much for all your support for the last 3 years, Mark. Really appreciate it.
You're more than welcome. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Oh, thank you. And Stuart, we wouldn't have managed without you because your support and your guidance and letting us know what the procedures are, it's been absolutely immense. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Stuart.
And to all the officers, I really appreciate all your guidance and your advice. And last but not least, I thank you all the members for all their contributions and for making planning so interesting. I'm going to watch it on YouTube from now on because I just love it. I'm definitely going to continue to watch it.
Right, we're going.
Thank you, Chair, for getting the business.
Right.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks,
Thank you very
Isabel.
much,
Good
Chair.
luck.
Thank you. Good luck.